on computer science or neuroscience, it brings us a lot of interesting ideas that we want to address here. Okay, so this essay from Locke inquires into the origins of ideas or notions, and you can call it with any name, that a man observes and is conscious of having in his mind. How does the understanding come to be equipped with them? So in this book, Locke tried to show what knowledge the understanding has by means of these ideas, and it's an inquiry a little in the nature and grounds of faith or opinion. So the most important notion here is this notion of idea. And we are setting it here because we are going to propose later in my talk the notion of a computational idea. Okay, so let's think first on an idea in terms of the things that happens in our mind, and then we will later talk about computational ideas that will be the what we preconize as the best kind of knowledge representation in a cognitive architecture for trying to deal with the same topic. Okay, well, idea, according to Locke, is the best word to stand for whatever is the object of the understanding when a man thinks, and whatever it's that the mind can be employed about in thinking. So this term idea is used as the building block for everything that happens in our mind. Everything is an idea. And if we use the same notion of idea, it could be enlightening us on trying to create a knowledge representation scheme for using inside the cognitive architectures. Okay. Well, Locke also talks that there are two sources of ideas, sensation and reflection, and this is important because when you go later now for Kant, we will see that the same things appear with different names. Okay, so according to Kant, ideas can be concepts or intuitions. And what is the difference between them? Concepts are generals. So for example, I am taking this microphone in my hand, okay? The concept of a microphone is a general because I'm talking about any kind of, any type of microphone that can happen and that could be invented in the future, okay? And this is what Kant calls a concept. Concepts are generals, okay? And these are quite different from intuitions because intuitions to Kant are specifics, are particulars, okay? So this microphone here is an intuition in my mind. But this intuition is in correlation, in some sense, to the concept of microphone, which is a general. Okay, and this difference between generals and particulars is quite important because we need to have this in a cognitive architecture in order to replicate the same kind of concepts that we have in our mind. Okay, according to Kant, there are two main mechanisms of the mind: the sensibility and the understanding. And then you can see that the sensibility picks some information from the world and create these intuitions, which are the particulars. And then, and this is important, we have the second mechanism of the mind, that is the understanding. So for Kant, understanding is a mechanism of mind that takes intuitions and concepts and then performs two different kinds of operations. Abstractions. So what is an abstraction? When I have some set of intuitions and then I abstract them in a concept. So if I see many microphones like this, I will create in my mind, by learning, some concept of microphone that will encapsulate all of these intuitions. Okay? But I also have this other operation, which is imagination. And imagination, I got a concept as an input, and then I can imagine many kinds of particulars, many kinds of intuitions, okay? So this is understanding for Kant, okay, which is slightly different from it was from Locke, but it's our ideas here, okay. Then we go to a third philosopher, that is Charles Sanders Peirce, the father of semiotics. And Peirce brings some interesting ideas that we are going to use here, and then I will try to put it here. So according to Peirce, reality, the real world that is around us, is a little bit more than just existence. Because we have existence are those things that are existing here in our environment. But according to Peirce, reality is a little bit more than that. And what more? Well, of course, that existence is a part of reality, so it is the world as we see it. But according to Peirce, a part of reality includes laws. Laws operating on existence, providing the regularity and previsibility that we use during our thinking in order to produce ideas, okay? So according to Peirce, laws don't exist, but are real, okay? They are part of reality. And according to Peirce, there is also chance or randomness. And for Peirce, chance is a motor of diversity shaping the real world. So all the things that are happening in diversity in the world is because chance is also a part of reality. Okay? So these are a lot of small ideas that I will try to put together later. And then we can think of the world as three different worlds. The world of existence, it is our world around us. Okay? But we also have a world of possibilities, a world of imagination. And it's important because when we are in contact with information coming from the world, in our mind, we know that part of the ideas, they are related to the existence, okay? I'm understanding there are chairs, there are lights, different things that are in the existence. But I can also have things that are here in the imagination, okay? And if I am not having some kind of schizophrenia or something like that, I can differentiate the ideas that are from the real world and ideas that are for imagination. And if you have an individual, for example, with schizophrenia, he mixes those things. And he has some ideas that he thinks that are from the existence, but actually they are just for imagination. So it's interesting because we would like to have the same thing happening, for example, in an intelligent system. And the system needs to know that if he's making a plan, it's just imagination. It's not the real thing. Okay? But at the same time, I would like my cognitive architecture to understand that there are parts of things that are in the world. Okay? And here we have the world of laws that brings all the concepts and all the regularities and all the patterns that put all those things together. Okay? Okay. Now coming more to the present, there are many interesting works trying to address this issue of understanding more recently. For example, we have this work from Les and Les, a shape understanding system, that brings a panoramic view from Plato to Heidegger and beyond about how the concepts of understanding appears in the work of different thinkers. It's make this differentiation between a linguistic approach, language, and the mental image that we have yesterday, a presentation. This work from Kosling that puts out the imagery debate. The imagery debate was an important debate that happened during the end of the last century with Kosling and Pilichin, and they are trying to address if there might be real images in the brain. And at the end of the debate, he proved that these images really appear on the brain. Okay? So human beings are apt to represent information in multiple ways. Okay, we have this work from Baumberger that differentiates among 6 different epistemically relevant types of the use of the verb to understand, relating to a subject of understanding to an object that is understood. So this is different ways in which we can use the word to understand what is understanding. Okay, These six different types of use can be classified in 3 types of understanding that he calls objectual, propositional, and interrogative understanding. We have also this book from Direct, Understanding Scientific Understanding, that focuses especially in one kind of understanding that is called explanatory understanding, the understanding of why a phenomenon occurs that results from a scientific explanation of that phenomenon. Then we have the work of Thorison and Kremenberg, Do Machines Understand? It was a workshop about exactly understanding, and it defined understanding as a process involving cognition interacting with the world governed by rules. So it talks about the creation of accurate models of phenomena, capturing both relational and causal aspects of such phenomena, performing a grounding in the world as an essential aspect of understanding. This work from Molo and Millier is also a quite interesting work, the vector grounding problem, that analyzes 5 different types of grounding that might be associated to the issue of understanding. So this is a modern interpretation of what is understanding. And finally, we have this interesting work from Mitchell and Krakauer, the debate over understanding in artificial intelligence large language models. That is exactly what we are trying to address here, okay? So are LLMs able to understand natural language? The mental models based on statistical correlations can be compared to a different kind of understanding that is based on causal mechanisms. And we will enforce that this causal understanding, it's quite different from what we call just observational understanding. So there is a difference in what is an observational understanding and what is a causal understanding that allows us to give explanations for what happens in the world. Okay. Well, these LLMs, they are trained with dialogues or text from different origins, and they can be very convincing. I believe that all of you that have used an LLM, at some point you ask yourself, whoa, it be the case that it really understands what it's saying. It appears to be understanding because it responds to me in the right way. Does this thing is really happening there, understanding? Okay. Nevertheless, the most fluent these models might be, they cannot have understanding because they don't have experience or mental models of the world. And this word experience, I will come back to this later in my talk. Okay. They learn the form of language, but not its meaning. So this is what people usually call the probabilistic parrots. They are not understanding. They are listening to things. They put these things together. They are creative. They create sentences in a different configuration and different arrangements, but they are not really understanding. Okay? So LLMs are more alike to giant human knowledge repositories or encyclopedias than to intelligent agents. There is a lack of conceptual understanding required for a more human-like understanding. These are all conclusions from Mitchell and Krakauer that I actually I am in consonance. Okay. Okay. So this diagram is quite enlightening, at least for me. Okay. At one time we have reality. Okay, and here we have the real world, the things in themselves, just like Kant has proposed. And this is the world as it is, that is inaccessible to us in terms of its inner details. We think that we understand our world. But I believe that all of you, at some point of your life, you can have the experience of looking at clouds and seeing, for example, oh, there's a horse in the sky. The horse is not there. If you go there, there's just air, and if you go in an airplane, you just pass through it. But at the same point, we look at these clouds and we see things. So what is happening? What is happening? What is happening is that by means of sensors and actuators, our mind can have contact with the reality And then we have here the world of data. All the data that is coming from the sensors, different sensors. I have eyes, I have ears, I can have a touch sensor, so we can have many different kinds of sensors. And then we have perception and action that will create here what we call the world of understanding. Okay? And so our goal is to really understand what is this world of understanding. This is our best understanding of how we think the real world is in terms of objects with characteristics and affordances, performing episodes, okay? And we also have this internal world that is our internal states, including feelings like impulses, drives, and reinforcements that orient our decisions and actions. And this is, well, this is a good map for a cognitive architecture. This is what we want to build, okay? And so if you want to have real understanding here, we need to understand better what is this world of understanding, okay? At this point, we will see that in some sense, we are having this connection to consciousness. Why? Well, the phenomena of understanding seems to be directly related to what we might call consciousness, but nevertheless, there is no consensus of what precisely is consciousness. There are many different proposals for what is consciousness, and then we need to stick on some of them in order to make sense of anything, okay? So we have many theories, for example, Barr's global workspace theory, which is very famous. I myself, I like very much this global workspace theory. But there are others. There are Dennett's multiple drafts, Tononi's information integration theory, Damasio, Edelman, Koch, Gray, Linard, Gazzaniga, Ornstein, many different propositions for what is consciousness. And we also have how these theories of consciousness can be integrated in machines, okay? And so we have all this field of machine consciousness, Stan Franklin, Ron Sun, which is here, Riccardo Manzotti, Pentti Haikonen, Igor Alexander, Engels, Shanahan, Holland, and Cotterill, many others that are trying to give us some insights of what is consciousness and how this consciousness can be put into a machine, okay? Well, I myself, I have this interesting feeling that this work from Ned Block is quite interesting because he divides consciousness in 4 types, okay? This is not canonical, I know. I know that there are problems here. For example, oh no, access consciousness is not exactly that. There are critiques of his work. But I like Block because he is very enlightening. And I will try to bring some things from him in order to put consciousness into discussion on our pursuit of understanding, okay? So for Block, there is this peak consciousness or phenomenal consciousness that refers to the qualitative nature of experience, the feelings and the qualia. Well, this is tricky, this is confusing, there's a lot of discussions about that. I'm not going to dive into that right now, but I will try to touch at least this issue of feelings, okay? Hold it a minute, I will come back later, okay? Then there is access consciousness that refers to our ability to report and act on our experiences, to discover objects in the world and track their changes over time, identify their affordance and act upon them. And take this experience here because it's important too, okay? Then we have monitoring consciousness that refers to thoughts about our awareness of one's idea as distinct from those ideas themselves. So I am looking to my own ideas, okay? This is what we call metacognition. And finally, self-consciousness, which is the most difficult, at least for me, to understand, that has to do with the subjective experience. The idea that I am an I am a subject, okay? In this talk, I will stay here with P consciousness and A consciousness. But in the future, maybe we can go to this monitoring consciousness and self-consciousness too, okay? But here, I will try to include feelings and experiences in the daily life of artificial intelligence and also on cognitive architectures. Okay? So, this is what I am proposing. Okay? I am proposing that there is such a thing that we call the self, and the self is nothing more than a module within a cognitive architecture where feelings and experiences are stored. It's a kind of a memory, okay? I am proposing that, okay? It can be like that or it could be different, but this is what I am trying to propose. And what are feelings for me? This is tricky, this is not easy, okay? But I am trying to differentiate between 3 different kinds of states. The neutral states, these are the states that are captured from the sensory manifold. So I just pick up every sensor I have in the body, okay, and cuts in time, and so I have a sequence of variables or of values coming from these sensors, okay? And these are the end states, the neutral states. But this is not just the kind of feeling that we have. We have 2 other kinds of states that are important, okay? The first one is what we call the want states. The want states are states measuring the unsatisfaction of internal needs. They can be drives or impulses, depending on the theory. There are different motivational theories, and some of them talk about drives, and other talks about impulses, so we can encapsulate both of them. And these are used to trigger specific behaviors, reducing this level of unsatisfaction. To feel desire for something is the same as the specification of a future value state of affairs that will imply in a reduction of the drive or impulse that is related. So what I am saying that I have an agent. This agent is governed by a cognitive architecture, okay? Inside the cognitive architecture, there is this module that we call the self, and in the self, I have sensor information coming from the world, but I also have these want states. And these want states are states that are creating a possible future. And then I will have to make actions to try to change these want states. They are measuring the unsatisfaction of internal needs. If my internal needs are being satisfied, then these want states are reducing their level, okay? And we also have these like states. Like states are used as reinforcements in a reinforcement learning context. So, to feel good is equivalent to a positive reinforcement. To feel bad is equivalent to a negative reinforcement. So that's it. There are values that are stored in this special memory that I'm calling the self, and they are, in some sense, giving directions to the actions that the agent is going to do, okay? Well, this is feelings, but I also talk about experiences. What are experiences? Experiences are they provide an interpretation for the data obtained from feelings, generating a mental simulation in terms of Barsalou. This work from Barsalou, you already talked about it yesterday. I think it's revolutionary. It's really something that we really pay attention to understand better how those things work. So these mental simulations in time and space, they use these experiences to recreate the data if necessary, okay? Let's dig a little bit about that. This is a schematic representation of all these things. We have our sensors, we have the sensory manifold that brings us some information from the sensors, and then we have these feelings. And we have the neutral states, the want states, the like states, okay? And using these feelings, I will create these experiences. And what are these experiences? Well, this work from Barsalou, Perceptual Symbol Systems, it describes a process of perception as the creation of mental simulators. You remember when I talked to you of you looking at the clouds and seeing a horse? What is this? This is a mental simulation, okay? I am getting information, visual information from outside, and then I run a mental simulation in my mind, and this mental simulation will explain, oh, there is a horse over there. I'm seeing a horse. I get the concept of horse, the general, okay? And then I create a particular that is that particular horse that is in the clouds over there, okay? So this is revolutionary, at least for me. Well, different models for mental simulations might be possible, but apparently human minds share a repertoire of structures that allow us a common understanding of what is going on in our contact with existence. We are proposing that a canonical mental simulation can be constructed by means of the following structures. So these are kinds of ideas. I told you at the beginning, everything are ideas, but we have different kinds of them. So we can have episodes, situations, entities, and characteristics. A cognitive architecture able to represent experiences must then have means to represent all these kinds of ideas using what we call computational ideas. And experiences, they are implemented in this way, instances of access consciousness, that other kind of consciousness that I told you some slides ago, okay? Well, so this is a simulator. This means that in our cognitive architecture, I have the structures to run this mental simulation that will explain everything that we are looking in the world, okay? So it's just like if I can segment the whole existence in a lot of episodes, okay? And each of these episodes are a small situation cut in time, okay? So I will go to a specific time step, and then I will have sequences of situations, and each situation I will have many entities that are appearing in this situation, and these entities, they have many characteristics that can change over time, okay? So these are the structures necessary to run this mental simulation that we are doing in our mind, okay? Well, so if we look now on the over picture, we will see that we have specific kinds of ideas that we need to address in our cognitive architecture, okay? We have these generals, the concepts from Kant. We have the particular, the intuitions from Kant. And the generals can be of two types, depending if we are talking about perception or actions. From the perception point of view, we have categories. I have categories for everything. I was talking at the beginning, the category of this microphone, the idea of microphone. This is what? This is a category, okay? But we need to remember that we are agents, we are also acting in the world. And we act repeating some general habits, okay? So from the side of action in the world, our generals are going to be habits. And then we have these two categories and habits that we need to address them inside the cognitive architecture, okay? Okay, down there in the particulars, we have two kinds of particulars. The experiences, which are the inbound particulars that entering into our mind from the world, okay? And then there are others that we are doing with actions, that are our expressions. These expressions that can be the actions that we are doing in the world, but it can also be the words in a language. So maybe all of you are familiar with the idea of a speech act. A speech act is an action that we are doing when we express something. We are saying something. These are the kinds of knowledge that are given by an LLM, okay? It produces expressions, but an LLM lacks the experience. This is what is missing in an LLM, Okay? Well, we can depict and have a deep understanding of it. So the experiences can be episodes, situations, entity, and characteristics. They can be empirical from the real world. We assume that they are in the real world. They can be part of an imagination, as I told you from the ideas from Peirce, okay? And the expressions can be declaration, queries, commands, or exclamations, okay? Okay. So these are all ideas, okay? We have ideas that are particular, that are general, experiences, expressions, categories, and habits, okay? Well, and how can we implement that in a cognitive architecture, okay? They can be, particulars can be implemented by means of tuples. Tuples might have reference to other tuples, allowing particulars ideas to refer to other ideas, creating ideas that are vectors, trees, graphs of other ideas. Okay, so this is quite interesting. But ideas might have a belief and a belief threshold to differentiate between ideas from imagination and ideas from existence, the empirical world. Okay. The experiences are constructed from perception and used to represent the world, and it changes a long time, and the expressions are used for acting in the world or communicating among agents using language. They should be grounded on experiences in order to convey their meaning, and this is important, okay? Because if we just have expressions, but at the end they are not grounded on experience, we are not really understanding our world. And this is our critique on what is happening today with the large language models. They are expressions, but they are grounded on experiences. So the generals are categories that might be implemented as sets, and we do that with two different functions, the membership function and the get instance function. And the habits might be implemented by a function that transforms an idea into another. Okay, this is the main idea here. Okay, so what is a computational idea? This is how we implement those ideas as a general building block within a cognitive architecture. Okay, and an idea is here. Okay, this is a standard UML diagram to put that on software. Okay, an idea is something that has a name, a symbol for this idea, but also has a value that is an icon for this idea. And then this idea might be requiring other ideas to fully incorporate it. Okay, and this is the interesting part, because then we have an index here in which an idea requires other ideas in order to be understood. Okay, it also has a category name, a belief, and a belief threshold. This value, in our implementation, we have the Cognitive System Toolkit, which is being developed by our group at the University of Campinas. It's implemented in Java. It's open source, so you can have access to it. It usually is a number or a string, okay, this value here. But if this idea is a general idea, then it can also be a category or a habit. And a category is something that has implemented these two functions, and a habit has this function here, okay? Well, an interesting thing here is that we can have episodes, and then we need to talk about these two different kinds of episodes. Observational episodes, which are based only on the observation of what is changing at the environment in a given region of space and a given interval of time. Observational episodes are easier to construct, but can be memory intensive for storage. They require the discovery of entities and the changes in its characteristic a long time. This is when we are searching the world through sensors, we will be at all the times creating these observational episodes. But these observational episodes, they are just part of the story, because We want to understand the real causes that are in the world. And then we go to the causal episodes, because the causal episodes are based on the phenomena of causation, the realization that agents' actions on world entities are the cause of their changes a long time. The mind then hypothesizes that observed changes are caused by agents, entities capable of agency, and redescribed observational episodes in a more compact way. So what we do in our mind, we take these observational episodes and then we translate them into causal episodes. And this is also a kind of understanding. Because, for example, when Kepler observed the planets on the sky, what they are making was observational episodes. They could see that they follow some trajectory in the sky. But he will only understand really what is going on when he was able to create a causal episode and propose a law that must be fulfilled that describes what is going on. And then we have this causal episode here. Okay, I will try to give you some. Well, then we have this observational model. So we have here the we have here the observational episode that is a sequence of situations where entities, they are having their characteristics changed over time. These characteristics, they can be relations, they can be property, binary relations, triadic. So this is a more complex observational model here, okay? And then we have this observational episode, which is an idea that requires these other ideas, the many situations, the initial situation, many intermediate situations, and then a final situation, okay? Here is an example of an observational episode. Imagine that we have a pool table, okay, and we are having this game. We have the stick, and then I put the stick on one of the balls on the pool table, okay, and then as soon as I touch this ball A starts to move until it reaches the ball B, and then the ball B starts to move until it reaches the side of the pool, okay? And here is the observational episode of this ball A moving since the stick touched it until it touches the ball B, okay? So it's moving a long time until it touches a ball B. This is an observational episode. I'm just observing things. I am not describing what is happening, okay? Well, then we can describe this in terms of episodes. Here is many of these computational ideas describing this episode. The ball A is moving towards ball B. I have this triggering situation where I have the ball A with some velocity just after I touched it with the stick, okay? And the ball B is stopped in this B position. Then we have many intermediate situations until I have the final situation where the ball A is now at the B position, okay, and is still moving, and the ball B is on B position, but with velocity 0. And then after that, I will have another episode, and things are going to change, and I'll have another episode, but I will describe all of them exactly on the same way here. This is an observational episode, okay? Well, then we have a model for causation, okay? The model for causation, it's important because I am actually thinking on the world in a different way. I'm not just perceiving the world, but I am thinking that they are agents that are acting on this world, and this action is going to make changes in the world. They are cause changes in the world, okay? So I have many other kinds of ideas that I need to put here. So I still have the situation, the entity, and the characteristics, but now I have this thing that is the interaction, because there might be interaction among different entities in the world. And then now you have the description of a causal episode. Well, what is this causal episode? You see that the representation of a causal episode is a little bit more complex than the pure observational episodes. A causal episode requires what we call a triggering situation. That is a situation that starts everything, okay? And this triggering situation is usually a kind of interaction. For example, when the stick touches the ball A, okay? It has a start time. It needs to have an entity that is the agent that is causing something. It has another entity that is the patient that is suffering this action. And then there is a habit here. And this habit is interesting because, you know, as soon as the ball starts moving, I don't need to be capturing its position all the time. I just need to understand that there is the habit of movement, and then I can create all the trajectory of the ball. And this is the reason that the causal episode is more compact than the observational episode, because with the observational episode, I need to keep storing everything that is happening. Here, if I can discover this habit here, I can describe this episode in a causal way, because there is a movement in one direction. Okay? Well, so how I describe now the same thing, but as a causal episode. In this case, there will be an interaction, the agent with the pull stick. This is the first interaction. Then the pull stick will interact with ball A, okay? After this, there will be a habit moving the ball A until it starts here another interaction, okay? Shocking with the ball B, and then the ball B is going to move here following a different habit until it has a final interaction here. So you perceive that this is a different representation for the same thing. This is exactly the same thing as the observational episode, but now I understand what is happening. The ball is moving because the stick collided with it. After its movement, there will be a connection here with the ball B, and there will be a new interaction here, and the same time here. Okay, well, let's turn it off. Okay, sorry for that. So what we are seeing here is many different causal episodes. We have a first cause here that is the agent moving the stick, and this caused the movement in ball A. When there was a shock here, I have a second causal episode, and so on and so on. Okay, and then we have a full chain of causal episodes. And then here we have a description now also with computational ideas. Okay, but we have here many different causal episodes, and the most important here is this habit here, the habit of moving. Okay, the habit of collision. Okay, in this case I think they have just moving and collision, and then here we have the full chain of causal episodes that are describing the same kind of movement. Okay, and at the end this is the complete model with everything, with different kinds of ideas, all of them implemented as computational ideas, just as I did in the other diagram. Okay? Well, so in summary, experience is the process of discretization of continuous existence into discrete units called entities, which might possess characteristics that change in time. And this process is subject to restrictions given the apprehension of sensory information, in the sense that the sensory information must be in coherence with the model of entities being generated and or refined. Our episodes, they can be represented in two different ways. In an observational way, it might require at least two situations with a change between them. In a causal way, it might require possibly 3 objects, an agent, a patient, an intermediary agent, entities in an action, and a habit performed by the agent towards a patient, and possibly with the help of other intermediary actions. Action is always seen as something an agent entity can do towards a patient entity, possibly using intermediary entities, and an action differs from an action step in the other diagram, in the sense that an action occupies a continuous interval of time, and an action step happens in an atomic time slot, similar to an interval where time tends to 0. So, the phenomenon of causation comes from the recognition that there is an agent capable of performing transformations in a given situation, and this transformation is called an action, and is always an instance of a habit the agent has. The agent is the cause of the transformation, and the future situation cause is the effect of the action. And a plan is an action that still hasn't been realized. It's an action or a sequence of actions in the future. Okay? So, to conclude, understanding can be imaginations that generates particulars, according to Kant, and abstractions that generate generals. We have here this idea of experiences that are perceptions in terms of mental simulations, using this Barsalou idea of mental simulation. And this is what is missing in the large language models. Okay? The expressions, the actions, and the language, they are, as obtained using the LLMs, just repeat patterns abstracted from the sequence of word using during training, so they are actually doing the role of a probabilistic parrot. They should be grounded in experiences, these mental simulations, for full understanding. This is what we need to foresee in the future. So this is why I told you at the beginning, we are in the pursuit of understanding. Okay, and we touched these issues of consciousness. We don't go too much further on that, but we have this proposal for feelings. Okay, pursuing understanding in cognitive architectures should include experiences, these mental simulations, both for representing existence or imagination, and also the expressions that should be grounded in experiences, these mental simulations, categories, and habits. Okay? So this is a roadmap for us. Now we need to look at this and try to implement that on cognitive architectures. Okay? And so this is what I have to show you today. I hope this could give you some insights. And I conclude here, and I'm opening for questions. Thank you very much.
I like many of your ideas very much, but I have some questions. One question is, why do you group habits or routines with the concepts in the general category as opposed to group that along with intuition in the particular category? Because habits or routines are, although not always, but are often below the conscious awareness, and it's more akin to intuition. For example, according to Heidegger's theory, Heidegger very much followed Kant's idea. In Heidegger's theory, it's basically it's a pre-conceptual. Habits and routines, reactive routines, are very much pre-conceptual. So I'm wondering, why do you group that way?
Well, this is, in some sense, a difference between what we call a process theory or an object theory. Okay, if we think about a process, I can agree with you that the process in itself is a particular, but this process generates many different possible instances. Every habit, it is instantiated in real actions that are going to be realized in the world. Okay, and this is the reason that we are classifying it as a general, because even though you have one standard process or procedure that are doing things, every time that you are creating an action, it will be an instance of the same habit, and so the habit must be a general and not a particular. That's the case.
Another question?
Oh, so many things I'd love to say, but the first thing is I deeply appreciate this. This was wonderful.
Thank you.
And hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about all these other things that I've marked down. But I think just to sort of prioritize this, so I think going a little bit to the question, the earlier question, so this strict division between generals and particulars, I wonder whether that's better modeled like your continuum of understanding. In my own computational and modeling efforts, it seems like it's a little bit arbitrary, the dividing line between generals and particulars, even though you, for example, might be modeled as a particular, you certainly have so many different instantiations of yourself from day to day over time, everything else. So are you really better modeled as a general, but there's more generals and more generals. And so I think that might be kind of a source of a little bit of difficulty trying to figure out what is a general, what's a particular in any kind of binary way.
Well, this is interesting because when you think about a general, we need to think about a general in a specific time and interval of space. Okay, so it's true that I myself, I can be different from one time to another time, but looking in a specific time, I am in a particular.
But you have different viewpoints that you can see. Even I mean, that's a very
this is really something to think about. But when I created this taxonomy, I was thinking on a specific time step. So I am in a particular point in the timeline, and I'm looking at the timeline. I have particulars and I have generals. But I agree with you that if we generalize in time, it's going to be a general too. Okay, so but we need to have a basis on which to have a grounding, and our basis is that we are looking of time and space, and this is not just me. Kant is doing also the same. Kant says that there are two basic kinds of intuitions that he called I'm not sure it's a basic intuitions or things like that, but pure intuitions. The pure intuitions are time and space. Okay, and using time and space, then you can conceive all the rest. Okay, so we need to ground in a particular instant of time. Okay.
Great, thank you.
I'm impressed with your presentation, Doctor. Okay, well, in your model, how we can deal with the problem of an exponential growth of episodes or habits? How?
Exactly, and this is the reason that I'm making this distinction between causal episodes and observational episodes, because the idea is that if we can transform the observational episodes into causal episodes, then we are reducing this growth of dimensionality. I cannot assure you that it's not going to explode at some point. Okay, and this has to do with the capacity of storing things in the mind. Well, our mind it's able to accommodate a lot of things, but it's surely limited. We still don't have a good understanding of what are the limits, but probably we will use some kind of generals to make this reduction, because when I can pack many particulars into in a general, I am making a packing of information. So my guess, it's just a guess, I cannot prove that, is that we are doing that all the time. So if I brush my teeth every day, I can remember 1 or 2 times, but after that, I just create a general episode of me brushing my teeth, and I will be reconstructing it every time. So if you ask me today at the morning when I was brushing my teeth, I will not be remembering it exactly, because I just stored that into my mind as a case from the general idea of brushing the teeth, and I will generate that for that. So I can see myself, I can create a mental simulation of me brushing my teeth, but it will be created whenever I am talking to you. I will not be really remembering it. Okay, so that's basically how I can.
Okay, and why do we need consciousness for
Oh,
computational systems?
it's not that we need consciousness. Is that at some point the problem of understanding requires that there is a self that is doing all those things. Okay, so clearly what we are doing during understanding is doing the role of access consciousness or phenomenal consciousness. So, well, if we are performing those tasks, in some sense, some sort of consciousness is happening there, okay? But I'm not talking about the full phenomena of consciousness. I'm not talking about inner voice. I'm not talking about monitoring consciousness. And I'm not, no, I am barely touching the idea of self, because I'm proposing the self is a module in the cognitive architecture. But I know that there is still a lot to do. Okay? It's not a final model. I need to introduce those things. I need to introduce inner voice. I need to introduce monitoring consciousness. I need to introduce this notion of self. This is a work in progress. Okay?
We have an online question.
I just want to make a brief comment. I would not recommend identifying self with any module. Like, people tried to find the homunculus in the brain for a long time and they failed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alexei. Well, the name is just a kind of a provocation. I am not fully committed with it, so I can change that in the future. I put it here as really a provocation because as we are talking about this issue of consciousness, at some point we will have to deal with this issue of self. I'm not sure if this is exactly the right point to do that, and we will clearly have changes in things like that into the future. Thank you.
Okay, one of the virtual attendees says, it seemed
Okay.
like an... Okay,
May I ask a question?
okay.
Ricardo, it's Olga Chernavskaya.
Pardon, the sound is not so good.
It's Olga Chernavskaya here. Ricardo, I'm very glad to see you. Do
What?
you hear me? Do you hear me?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Olga. Nice to see you
Thank you
too.
very much for your very impressive presentation. As I've understood, you want to teach machine to understand.
Yes, yes, exactly. That's the goal.
Yeah, but it's very interesting and hard problem to teach people to understand. For example, you refers to intuition multiply, but what is intuition and what is understanding of intuition? I think that, not I think, it's conventional belief that to understand is to explain by words, to verbalize. But, for example, intuition is very hard to be verbalized and very hard to be explained. But I do understand you. I do understand what you mean by intuition. But the problem of formalization and verbalization of concept is very hard in my mind. What do you think about it?
Well, as I said, we are in the pursuit of it. We don't have the final formalizations and all the rest, but we need to start from some point. And we decided to start from Kant and Kant's understanding of what is intuitions and concepts, and we try to generalize those ideas. And we actually are, if we don't have still a formal model, we have a software model that is created on software. So It's not the best formalization, but it's better than just a general idea. So we are putting those things in software. We are creating cognitive architectures with that. And well, it's a first step. I agree with you that we are not trying to set up final things here, but I believe that this is a fair contribution for the discussion on what is understanding and how LLMs don't have full understanding right now. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we don't have more time for the question.
Thank you.
We need to continue. Thank you, Professor, for your talk. The next talk or event is a panel of the BICA. In this panel, the core committee of the BICA will participate. In this case is Kirtin Atreides, Felix Ramos, Tintin Liu, and Alexis Sansinovich. Oh, okay. Sun Kuga? Okay.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my screen?
From here. A panel. Oh, okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. Yes.
Alexei, Felix, can both of you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
All right, just waiting on Felix.
I just want to say that Tintin Liu was not able to join because of the time in her location, which is past midnight right now. It's like 1 a.m. her time, so she could not join.
Yeah, I'm only an hour off her time, so I sympathize with that.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, as soon as Felix is ready, we can get started.
No? Because it's... No.
Felix, can you hear us?
Okay, we are ready, Curtin.
All right. So, hello, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there in person this year. This is our annual BICA Society panel for 2025, and I am your moderator. I am also, well, first off, welcome to the BICA Society. We have our mission. We're going after the challenge to create a real-life computational equivalent of the human mind captured in its highest cognitive functionality using solutions inspired by the brain. And BICA Society is a unique nonprofit organization that brings together researchers from disjointed fields and communities who devote their efforts to solving the BICA challenge. So for my part, I am the director-president of BICA, for the moment at least. Felix is one of our directors. Ting Lu, who was sadly absent due to the time difference, is also a director, and Alexei is here with us from the advisory board. Felix, Alexei, would either of you like to say anything?
No, just continue, please.
Okay. So we've had a fair number of locations around the world over the past few years. And the question that we were discussing just the other day is, where would we like BICA to be in 2026? Felix, you had a suggestion to that end. Did you get to ask the question?
Sorry, I don't understood very well. You can speak a little more aloud.
Yes, let me turn up my volume.
Yeah, I guess Curtin wanted to ask you, Felix, if you have something to say about the proposal for BICA 2026.
Well, I have not talked with Vasilis, and because he arrived just this morning here in Mexico. So, well, what I can say is that we have two options. The first one is to have a BICA 2026 here in Mexico again. And the second option is if Vasilis accept to have BICA 2026 in Grecia. So we ought to discuss. I have no more information for you.
I thought Vasilis was option number one, and Puerto Vallarta was a plan B.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Well, it is good to keep things moving around the world when we have the opportunity. That way, people from different time zones get easier trips to attend, some at least.
Yeah.
But we'll try to explore that and keep people updated on what our options are. If anyone else has a suggestion that they would like to bring forward for a location, we would be happy to hear it. But right now, our top possibility for the next location is going to be with Vasily in Greece. And option B is, yes, we could have BICA in Puerto Vallarta in 2026 again.
Okay, I don't know if Vasilis wants to say something.
Why don't you ask him to come to the stage?
Yeah, you can invite him up.
Okay, let me.
Hi, this is Vasilis. It's honorable, but it's kind of a surprise because I
Yes.
didn't know about it. Nobody had talked to me about it, so I don't know what to say at this moment. Let me think
Yes.
about it.
I agree.
Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you.
Then
All right.
the door is not closed, it's more or less open. Okay? Then the conclusion is that we have two options. The first option is to have BICA 2026 here in Puerto Vallarta next year. And the second option that we ought to discuss, obviously, is to have BICA 2026 in Grecia. Okay? Okay, we can skip to the next point.
All right. Next, I was going to give both of you the option to raise any points that you would like to make. It doesn't have to be related to locations, just anything in general for the society.
I hope we can do the election or ratification of the election results, and then we can talk about the journal, publications of BICA, BICA Society, and maybe again return to the question about the next year, where to hold BICA 2026.
Okay. We can go ahead and talk, for example, about the journal. Alexei, you would be the one to speak best about that. You know it very
Oh,
well.
sure. We have the Q2 journal, Cognitive Systems Research. The publication is free, does not require any article processing fee. However, if we do this through the BICA conference, then we require the registration payment, and those submissions are favored, of course. They are processed by me as opposed to other submissions that are processed on the general basis and mostly rejected. So I would recommend you to submit your papers to the journal Cognitive Systems Research through EasyChair. The EasyChair will remain open until the end of the year, believe it or not. So after the conference, the deadline is not over yet, and you can submit virtually until the end of December. And the journal remains open after that as well. So currently we are talking about the special issue called M&M, Mind Meets Machine. It has a little longer title, but this is the short title for it. This special issue is associated with this conference, BICA 2025. Then we are supposed to create another special issue in this year. So if anybody of you has an idea for the topic for this special issue, wants to be a guest editor, you are welcome. Just contact me and we will do the proposal, create the special issue, and you will process submission to that special issue. The journal exists virtually indefinitely. Next year there would be another 2 special issues on BICA. I am the editor-in-chief of the BICA section of the journal, by the way. So it's my responsibility to create 2 special issues per year. And I ask everybody to help me with this task as the guest editor, okay, and also as the author, of course. So the more submissions we have, the better is the journal. It used to be Q1 at some point, now it's Q2, it's still not too bad. I don't know, maybe for some of you Q2 does not count, but in general, it's an article, a research article, which is well indexed in Web of Science, in Scopus, in all other databases. And if you look at other metrics of the journal, they are not too bad. Actually, they are higher than most other journals. So think about it. The only restriction is that the topic of your paper must be related to cognitive systems. It cannot be on material science or chemistry or global warming or something like that. It has to be related to cognitive systems. Otherwise, it just have to be a good paper and that's it. So I invite everybody to submit. If you do this in this year, please do it through EasyChair. You know the link. Okay, so I guess Curtin was supposed to be running this panel, and on the agenda we previously discussed, there was another issue.
Alexei, let me say something, yes?
Oh, please go ahead.
Okay, for all the audience, I think publish in BICA is quite interesting because we have 2 options. We have the option to publish directly for the journal, the Cognitive System Research, that is at Q2, and that is not bad at all. And also because the time we take to review the papers are shorter than in normal submission to the journals. For instance, last year, one of my papers were accepted after 3 years of revisions, yes, after 3 years. And we take more or less 6 months at much as the largest period that we take to review your submissions.
Let me comment on this, Felix. Excuse
Yes.
me. It's not 6 months. It should be maximum 1 month.
Yeah.
Actually, if the paper is good and we all agree on that, it could be done in a week. And once it is accepted, within a week from then, it is published online. So you have the
exactly.
DOI, you have indexing in Scopus, all this happening within a week after acceptance. And acceptance could happen as soon as we do the review and decision making. And this is up to us. Actually, I have to also say to everybody that Felix now is the guest editor of the special issue M&M together with Tintin Liu. And still I am supervising this process. So we are all here, your friends, to help you with your publications.
Yes, so I say if you have some work, because we are not to publish rubbish, but if your work is okay, you submit your work to the journal. The process is very, very short, shorter than all the other journals that I have submitted. That's all. Okay, we can skip
some
now.
Some journals can be short, but they just say no, we cannot publish it, and they can send it to you next day, the rejection letter.
Yeah.
Some journals do that, and this is not what we do usually. Like if we invite you to publish a paper in this journal, that is 99.999% guarantee that your paper will be accepted.
Okay. Now we can skip to the next point if you want.
I guess Kirtin has something to discuss with you about the ratification of our election of the board of directors. Actually, we are supposed to vote because you all are now members of the BICA society. You need to vote for the current board of directors. Well, I should not do the job of Kirtin. Please do it now. I don't want to be really involved in this process again. Please go ahead.
So for the process of ratifying the votes, do we have anyone on site who's actually been taking votes for this? Because I don't have information on votes that have been taken.
I sent you some documents, but probably it was too late.
Yeah, it was just an hour ago, so I haven't had time to review all of them.
Sorry. So what we need to do is, as a minimum, list the board of directors and ask everybody, does anybody have any objection against this board of directors? And that would be it.
Okay. Yeah, I showed the current board of directors on the previous slide. I'm not sure
Can
how
you
I
show
can
it
get
again?
back to that. Yeah, let me just restart it. There. So we currently have the 3 board members. We also have several people on the advisory board, but I don't believe it's not subject to the same election process. So if everyone...
We need to vote for the directors right now, yes.
Yes. If everyone agrees that the directors should remain for the coming year.
For
then
three coming years.
Okay,
for
let me say again, me, Felix, I want to say something. The last year, we invite Professor Kluger to become a member of this society. Well, I'm sure he is a member of this society, but I want to say that I want to have Professor Kluger as member, at least as an advisor board.
He is actually he is, but for some reason Kirsten didn't list him. Also, Jan Treur from the Netherlands, from Amsterdam, also a member of the advisory board. So there are three advisories, including Professor Kugel, Professor Jan Treur, and myself. And there are three directors. Kirsten, who is actually not only the president, but also the treasurer of the society. He runs the company. Felix and Tintin Liu. These are the three directors and the three advisories. Jan Treur, Sean Kugel, and myself. So these are the 6 officers of BICA society.
Okay. So the procedure, which one is the procedure to change or to remain as a member of this board?
I couldn't quite hear you. What was that?
Couldn't understand what you said.
Yeah, Felix was just asking what's the procedure to move forward as far as remaining with the same board or changing the board?
We take a vote from our members, and in the room you can just look at anyone who is in favor of keeping the board to raise their hands. People can
I guess
can
we
do the
just
same
can
online.
ask everybody if anybody has objection.
If anyone has an objection, they can
raising
voice
hands
it.
over the internet is well, it's doable actually.
No,
Let's
there's a
ask.
hand gesture that you can use in Zoom, I know.
Yeah, there is
but
hand gesture. So let's ask everybody to raise those hands who are against this board of directors.
okay.
Or maybe has some comments or suggestions about the cast of board of directors.
No objection?
Yes, if I
Self-nominations, please. Yes.
Okay, we can then. I think we can continue with the agenda because there is no objection. So we remain as members of this board.
And so, according to our bylaws, this board stays actual in effect for 3 years from now.
Okay.
Yep. And now we have a variety of questions that came to me for asking our audience to get a little more involved in participating. If there was anyone they would like to nominate as a good addition to the advisory board, that was one question. If anyone has ideas for what we should do to increase attendance at the conference, if there are any ways that they would like to see us increase the scope of the conference with special tracks, people would like to get their universities more involved in it, or any other questions.
Actually, I had a suggestion, we discussed it previously, that everybody who is present now, online or offline, will make a commitment to participate in BICA next year. And here we do ask everybody to raise their hands. So if you make this commitment, then we are guaranteed to have the next conference.
Yeah, agreed. If we could get a show of hands for people who are looking forward to attending either online or off for the next conference.
How do I raise hand in Zoom? Like using, yeah, here. Okay, I can do it. I guess everybody can do it.
Oop. Well, when I try to do it, then it messes up the slide. Let me get that back.
We have two participants who raise her hand.
Why only two? My hand disappeared for some
Howard
reason.
Schneider.
Oh, you're talking about online. Yeah. Alexei and Howard did the
How
hand raise
about
online.
how about offline? Do you see any hands?
Yes, I would hope some people raised
Okay,
hands
here,
in attendance.
here among the audience, we have one person who wants to say something. Teresa.
Okay, please let him
Okay.
speak.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah. No, it's okay. Okay, go. Okay, we can
No.
give
You?
a word to Howard Schneider.
Okay.
Okay.
Howard, your microphone is off.
Okay, we see you.
Hello. It's nice to see everyone. What was I supposed to? I put my hand up with regards to participating. What did you want me to talk about?
Like the location?
Oh, it's I'm, as long as I'm able to travel there, I'm pretty flexible with where the location is. I guess it really depends where, on the situation there. I guess there has to be enough people in the area, possibly university in the area. Again, anywhere that I can travel to is fine for me. Every BICA conference I've attended to has really been a pleasant experience, and I hope to keep participating either online or hopefully in the future in person as well.
What would be a good time for you to come offline?
Most of the times are good. This year, it seems that it conflicts always with the AGI conference. Last year, it conflicted with the Artificial General Intelligence Conference, and this year again, it's almost the exact same time. It actually, what would have been nice is the first BICA conference I attended was, I know it may not be possible, but was at Prague together with the AGI conference, which I thought was a wonderful experience.
Actually, the first BICA was together with AAAI.
Yeah, initially. The first one for me, 2018, was in Prague.
That was the first one.
Yeah, the first one was in Prague. But I thought that was a wonderful experience, the BICA and the AGI conference together. Maybe it's just not possible to do, but
no, this I guess this is not possible because we tried actually several times, 3 times at least, and last time it was not really productive trying to join our conferences. There was some sort of a scandal with Springer. I don't want to tell you the details, but our impression eventually was that this is not a good idea to have a joint conference with AGI. Well, go to AGI, they have very nice conference, by the way, happening next after us right now.
But I think just in terms of time, like not to conflict with AGI or in the future, I haven't really participated in NeuroIPS. I think one of the major conferences is just problematic sometimes, but otherwise,
For me, I'm flexible, but again, I guess most people are academics. If you're working at a university, I guess it really has to be summertime, right? You can't really have a conference in the middle of the semester.
Actually, we did have BICA usually in the fall. It started like following the AAAI schedule. It used to be in November, then it
Okay.
moved to October, September, something like that. Eventually, it was in the summer, and it was actually in July, in August, in some cases. Yeah, so it happened at different times, and I'm just curious what time people would like most, because any time that you take is bad for many reasons. Like either you have to teach, or you go somewhere else, or you go on vacation, or, or you just start in the semester or ending it, and any time you take is bad. So I guess the optimal time would be either the middle of January, or the middle of the summer, or the middle of the fall, or the spring. Actually, I don't know. Maybe people can suggest, well, maybe we can vote what time is optimal for everybody.
Yeah, I think it would be a good idea to come up with, let's say, 5 possibilities for the time for next year, put it to a vote, sent via email to our participants from this year. And that way we can try to get everyone coordinated, get as many people attending in person as would like to do so, at least as close as possible.
Yeah. Another thing I wanted to mention is that the policy in this year, mostly determined by Felix, was that the conference must be offline. So the original idea was to have it offline only, then it turned out impossible. Still, most of the online talks were rejected as talks, and people were very upset and frustrated. Actually, this is the majority of. We have imagine, over 110 submissions, actually most of which are accepted, but we have like 40 talks. So is it fair? The majority of people who have accepted submissions and paid registrations were denied the ability to speak, mostly because they did not come offline to Puerto Vallarta. So how can we avoid this situation in the next year? What should we do?
I think it's a very big problem because the different schedules, the different times around the world. Because, for instance, now in China, I think it's maybe 1 hour in the morning, and Russia maybe 12 hours or something like that. And here in Mexico, we are now 10, 14. So the different schedules when the presentation is offline is difficult to have a schedule for everyone.
So it has to be offline.
Yeah.
Then the question is, where is it going to happen so that people would come there?
Exactly. So, but I think this is a point to discuss as Curtin proposed by email or something else. Now, in this moment, we cannot have a decision.
No, we cannot have a decision, but the best chance to talk about it is
Yeah.
right now, because people usually do not respond to email. I'm sorry. Probably Kirtin and I are the only people here who respond to email regularly. Others don't.
As far as difficult time zones go, I am somewhat accustomed to that, working with a team that's spread across 4 continents right now. And what I can say is that one thing that might help with coordinating for next year is to have some of the talks going on in the early morning and some in the evening. And that way, as long as there's a spread of about 8 hours or more between those 2 points, then you can generally get a time, whether it's in the evening or the morning somewhere else in the world, where somebody can give a talk online, where it's not a time issue, at least. You might still have technical difficulties, but I think if we can coordinate with whatever venue we're using, or if we do online portion later in the day, just purely online, then either of those options can be a little bit more flexible moving forward for trying to make sure that everybody has the chance to present the work that has been accepted.
I agree with this idea. Like we lost all Japanese presenters, all of them, because the time is not just acceptable in any way. But if the session would be in the evening in Mexico, then Japan would participate, I guess. So
Yeah, it's
yeah, there are many things to consider here. We need good organization. Like I was at some points, I was really upset by the organization of this conference, which is not really my job now. Sorry.
well, we have a an aging group of organizers, so we need some new blood coming in and helping with
Oh, yeah.
the process of running things. Like the conference has been going on for a good 16 years now, and we need like more people coming in, getting involved. We need hopefully some members of the next generation coming in and helping to keep the conference running, keep contributing things to it, make it adapt in ways that make sense.
So we either need a good sponsor, some kind of investment, that if somebody has an interest in this kind of event, maybe they will invest. Or we need a special social layer or community that wants to have their venue, and maybe we just give it to them. So I do not know in which direction it will go. Certainly BICA today is not what it used to be 10 years ago. It's absolutely different event now. But still there is a hope that it has a future. And so maybe what Felix proposed, why not have it in Greece next year? Maybe that community will take it over. I do not know. What do people think, by the way? Maybe somebody wants to say something from the audience.
Yes. Me.
Yes.
I understand this concept of a microphone. So I submitted a paper to the Artificial General Intelligence Conference this year, and I was on the review committee, the program committee. And the number of submissions to that conference had more than tripled this year. And in retrospect, that's not at all surprising. But one thing we might consider, I don't think it would be at all inappropriate, is to either a secondary conference or rename this conference to a biologically inspired artificial general intelligence. I know that's a pure marketing move, but it might gather more interest and increase the participation in the conference.
Actually, I want to comment on that. We tried changing name of the conference, and it was a bad idea, believe me or not. The best way to keep and develop your business is to keep it consistent over time. I mean, the name, the brand, don't change it. That's my advice based on my experience as the organizer over 15 years of this conference. So I would not change it to biologically inspired AGI. We actually changed it to BICA AI, but then returned back to BICA because it is listed in the conference ratings as the category B4, the same as AGI conference, by the way. And it is listed under the name BICA, not BICA AI. So we changed it back to BICA.
Okay.
And I would have to guess that the AGI conference, like they have, to my knowledge, a decent amount of resources. They have Singularity Net and a bunch of
Oh, yeah.
connections through
That's
that.
true.
And they have a good bit more PR going on. So I'm not surprised to hear that they're collecting some of the increase in interest in cognitive architectures and AGI and increased interest in AI in general. Like we've all started to hear. Go ahead.
Imagine that our conference is funded exclusively by your registration fees, nothing else. And these are tiers. This is miserable amount compared to any budget of any other conference. And still we are doing impossible. What you have now is the world-class conference created basically for free.
Okay. I suggest to skip this point to the next one.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any more questions from the audience? We still have a few minutes left.
Someone here has some suggestions. For instance, people from Oracle have some suggestions. No? Teresa?
Can you show us the audience in your Zoom camera?
Yes.
So my question is, what's the criteria for folks that are interested in volunteering to be a special guest editor?
That's for you, Alexei.
I couldn't hear the question. Could you please repeat it again?
What's the process?
What's the criteria for for folks that are interested in volunteering to be a guest editor for the
a guest editor?
Yeah,
well,
for the journal.
You just made the proposal. Yes, why not? I mean, send a draft of your proposal to us, or we can discuss it informally over email and first select a topic, which should be general, not to discourage people from submission. And also, it should be right on the hotspot related to AI and BICA and all this current business that we have with LLM, I guess, too. Why don't we discuss it online then, over email? If you want to be a guest editor, be my guest.
Okay, I'll email you then. Thank you.
Please, yes.
Okay, some other question? Yes.
I have just a comment related to the scope of the conference. I think it's important to make a decision because in this edition, some papers outside of the scope were accepted. So I think it's important to extend the scope or maybe reject paper outside of the conference.
Yeah, we were having this conversation a couple days ago, and this is why I bring up the point that we can expand the scope and have special tracks, because people have these papers they're interested in publishing, and oftentimes they're in something that is adjacent to what is strictly biologically inspired, and there was some debate as to what was biologically inspired and what wasn't.
To me,
go ahead.
Sorry, this is just a historic label. it means nothing. Like most terminology is maintained for historical reasons the same way as BICA. We need to distinguish ourselves from other venues, and we call ourselves BICA. Actually, the slogan was initially created by DARPA. Many of you know that there was a DARPA BICA program, which was then abruptly terminated for no reason. And at that point, we decided to continue on our own and created the society, which I spearheaded at that time, creating the conference and the company and so on. And now you have what you have. But to me, it is mostly about artificial intelligence, about the future of artificial intelligence, which means advanced research, not the mainstream to which most conferences are dedicated, but to develop what we are going to have tomorrow, and we do not know yet. So I guess only very few countries today can afford to do research dedicated to the future, like mostly the United States, of course. Definitely not Russia, not even China, I think. Despite the huge progress in China, the huge speed of rise of science and technology, they are mostly replicating, in my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong. Yes, so far they were mostly replicating and doing what everybody else does, maybe at the same level, maybe better. Still, this is not a revolutionary step forward. And only countries like the United States, maybe Europe, do revolutionary steps, in my understanding. Sorry if I offend somebody. Maybe I'm not aware, but so our conference has a value because it's been underground. It's dedicated to the future. It's like in the United States, there's a network of Institute for Advanced Studies. Maybe you know, like I was in one of them. And those institutes are dedicated to research that explores the future, not the present science, not the mainstream, but the future opportunities for science and technology. And this is what I think our conference should do. Let it stay named BICA. We do not mean that it has to be biologically inspired. I can tell you more. We would not accept many works that are biologically inspired, like if you replicate some animals in terms of their motion and their structure, that's not about BICA in our sense. So it is not really BICA, but it is BICA as we define it. And to me, it is mostly means inspired by the human mind. The goal is still the BICA challenge, which is to replicate the highest cognitive functionality of the human mind in a machine. It can be done symbolically, and now I also believe that it can be done based on neural networks using the modern statistical approach. But it's not going to happen without us or somebody else actually doing it. So it's up to us to shape the future, and I believe we can do it.
Okay, I think through the experience that we have now after 16 years of organizing BICA, I think we can discuss better this point. But now the time has gone, so as I ask Kirtin, as a president of BICA, if you can give us some conclusion of this panel.
Well, I would like to thank everyone for attending. I'd also like to invite anyone with further feedback, suggestions, or questions to reach out to us. As Alexei mentioned, both he and I are very responsive. You can find me on LinkedIn and message me there. And besides that, I look forward to seeing what everyone can do with all of the research and hard work that you put into it. And have a great rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. So we are going to have now the next presentation, or yes? Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, Howard, do you want to say something?
I was going to say that I thought it was a good discussion, and you know what Alexei said, and I believe in the principles of BICA for the reason that I think it represents reality. I'm actually giving a talk at AGI next week showing that you cannot create the AGI that everybody wants without, you know, actually some strong elements of BICA. And actually in my talk, it's a good segue to my talk now. I'll give the talk in about 10 minutes, and the last 8 minutes, I'll, you know, it's a nice thing, you know, something amazing happened in 2020 when GPT-3 happened, when they scaled it up. And I think the reason you're seeing less interest in BICA now, more interest in other areas, is because, you know, the world's excited by, you know, neural networks, especially in the form of LLMs now. But that doesn't mean that BICA is not valid. In fact, it's very valid. And I think all the basis of BICA is justified. And I hope I can show you this more scientifically in the next 15 minutes.
I agree with you. Well, with this participation, we close this panel. Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Curtin, for organizing this panel. And to the next time, we are going to continue with our program.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen right now. Let's see if I can get my slides. No, slides on there. Is it working? Because I'm not sure what I see on my screen. Are you able to see my slides? Hello?
Hello, Howard.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, where do I click share here? Will this work? Can you see my slides?
Of course.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me press. Yeah, I'm going to press slideshow here. Let me just, so the whole screen from beginning. Okay, good. Okay, and let me have a clock somewhere. Okay, so everybody probably wants to go to coffee breaks. I won't make it too long. I'm going to be talking about the two-stream hypothesis. I believe it's a fascinating topic. Originally, the two-stream hypothesis was that the information from our eyes makes it to the visual cortex, and then it splits. It splits into a dorsal stream, and that's information where, how, and it splits into ventral. Ventral just means on the bottom, which is a what stream. And then we actually saw the same streams in auditory and sensory pathways. It's found in all mammals. It's actually found in all vertebrates. You can go all the way down to the fish, down to the jawless fish. It's not found in the basal chordates, such as lancelet, but it's found all the way. So we have this division in the brain, which actually very few cognitive architectures, very few physiologists consider. And the question, you know, I had, you know, this is strange because you're going to have a lot of issues. You have to bind the information afterwards. So why, you know, it seems disadvantageous to split the information. In the cognitive architecture that I've worked on for many years, I actually keep all the information in the same area, the what, where, etc. information. So it's something I was thinking about, and I said, okay, let's try and you know, this is an overview of my talk. The method is, I said, okay, let me simulate it. I'll use my cognitive architecture, strip it down, have one version where I split the streams. I have a split memory, one where I have a unified memory, and really not sure what benchmarks to try. Let me try on a few benchmarks and see what happens. And very quickly, related work, it's 1980s, it was found in macaques. 1990s, Goodale and Milner actually showed that it found, based on lesions in humans, that, hey, this is our visual cortex, but the information, what information goes, how information goes up here, and the what information goes here. It's split. There's two streams. And ACTR, which is probably the most popular cognitive architecture, they in fact introduced a perception motor model in 1998, although it didn't have a true dorsal stream. In the 2000s, it was found that there was auditory splits, and I'm not going to go through all the neuroanatomy, but basically, just to show you, it's called the two-stream hypothesis, but it's really a two-stream model. We have so much data supporting it. This is in monkeys for visual. This is in humans. This is the auditory sensory split, somatosensory touch. That your touch it goes in. Effectively, there's a dorsal and a ventral like pathways. One area will process your the where it is, the spatial location, the movement, and the motor pre-planning. The other is to identify where is the sensation coming from. You have it for the thermal receptors in your skin, for pain receptors, nociception, interoception from your organs, olfactory and smell. And taste. Some authors in the literature say it is split. But again, these aren't really very spatial senses. Okay, so how do I evaluate it? In a nutshell, I said, okay, I'm going to take my cognitive architecture, strip it down like crazy, and I'll have a model that's, one that I call it split store model, where what and where, just like in the brain, the other is unified, where everything's kept in the same location. It's a Python-based simulation. The source code is linked to my paper. It's really, really well documented. I try to make it like reading like a story with chapters. The two classes, the split model, the unified model, and there's really just three methods in each one. Basically, when we're tested, basically here, I want to know if I tell it what, it's got to give me a location. If I give it a location, tell me what's over there. And sometimes they'll say, hey, there's an event. I want to know what and where, which I call an integrated inquiry. And then I said, okay, let me start varying parameters and see what's happening. There wasn't that much in the literature on it. Like I figured this would be done for the ACTR, but it really wasn't very well. So what's interesting is, and I figure I'm going to see a big penalty for splitting the information. Seems crazy in a way, like that evolution would do it. Splitting the information, you've got to bind all the information. But there really isn't that much of a penalty because, yes, if most of the queries are integrated, that means I tell you an event, and you need to know what and where, yes, because you have more lookups to do, there is a penalty. And this is running though on a single processor, though, keep it in mind. Although when you have routine inquiries, I hear some noise over there, and okay, so what is it? For those type of queries, it gives similar performance to the unified model. So again, let me just re-summarize what I'm doing. So basically in the brain splits information. It splits all our sensory information gets split. Where and how goes up here. And I know you don't see this in cognitive models. You just see like a group says, declarative memory, episodic memory. Our brains are not like that. Where and how it goes here and what goes here. Different circuits, and then it has to be bound afterwards. And you would think horrible penalty, but what this shows, there really isn't much of a penalty for most routine transactions. I swept the parameters for objects, didn't really make much of a difference. Then I said, okay, let me, brain's parallel. Problem with Python is you have the global interpreter lock, so you can only run one thread. Well, you can only normally run one thread, but it has the multiprocessing library. So I said, okay, I use the multiprocessing module and I just generate worker processes. The interesting thing is, as you start getting more parallelism, the split model does quite well. Here actually does a little bit better than the split model. The reason is it's more just artifact of the coding because it's got to get two pieces of data, while here parallel processes are just fetching data at the same time. So in summary, and again, this is more my talk. Originally, I was going to do a poster showing this. The unified, of interest, basically we saw that, again, to re-summarize, we're interested, data is being split in your brain, and then it has to be recombined. It has to be bound. It is, what's the penalty for doing it? And the point is, for routine inquiries, there's not that much penalty. And if you have lots of parallelism, there isn't that much penalty. and it has persisted in evolution for 530 million years. Okay, so main discussion, and it's the discussion I had originally on the poster, was, from a brain evolutionary approach, this is a good thing because you can have specialized circuits for motion, for spatial location, and then link it into pre-planning of motor, which is what happens. There's links here to the pre-motor circuits, the neuroanatomy, which I went through quickly, and you can have special circuits in the what areas, to identify something with more fidelity, to identify more features in it. While the where, you don't need as many features. You're more dealing with location. So this is a good thing, and we showed that it doesn't really have that big penalty in doing it. So that's with regard to the brain. With regard to our cognitive architectures, perhaps we should reconsider how we do our cognitive architectures. Here, in mine, I have everything in one, in one memory module, and sure, it's convenient, and we talk about having this module, that module, but I don't know. There might be some very interesting things in not doing that, which I'll show in a second. This is second discussion, which I think segues into the BICA meeting before. And actually, this segues very nice into Alexei's excellent talk yesterday he gave, and Ricardo's excellent talk today that he gave. Ricardo's the area where Ricardo talked about self. And I actually had wanted to do more work on self, but I tried to keep the simulations simple. But I think magic happens here, or I can use the word emerge. The field of complexity theory, you have basically you get these complex, unexpected patterns from simpler individual elements, and it's a system level property. You don't see it in the individual components. And it's irreducible because you really can't explain how these simple components gave you these ones. And much of the world might be like it. It's in the 70s. Anderson, he had won the Nobel Prize in physics. He started writing about it. Hopfield, who did a lot of the work in neural networks, was influenced it, and he actually just got a Nobel Prize this year. And Murray Gell-Mann, who got the Nobel.
Okay. Bye bye.
Sorry, Murray Gell-Mann, who got the Nobel Prize for quarks, he actually devoted the latter part of his life on this. And it's an ecosystem of all sorts of mathematics. And these physicists are saying, hey, there's more to the universe. The reason I became interested in it is you look at the large language models, and you had I'm just looking at it's 10 minutes that I'm talking. I'm going to keep it short. Within 5 minutes, I'm done. You had recurrent neural networks. People were using them for translation. Then you had transformer grade, even better translation, better word prediction. You had GPT-2, which was 1 billion parameters, and it sort of did what we expected to do. Then GPT-3 came out in June 2020, and it was 175 billion parameters. And magic happened. By magic, I mean these emergent capabilities, and you really can't explain them that well. It was able to write code really, really well. It was able to do few-shot learning extremely well. Arithmetic, which it wasn't trained on, it could do analogies. And there's a 2020 paper by Wei et al. They're all at Google, writing, and the paper is called, here, I have it here in the slide, Emergent Abilities of Large Language Models. And they didn't take the mathematical approach of the physicists. They said, hey, if we have an ability that's at random, and then all of a sudden, because we scale things up, it goes to non-random. We're calling this emergence. And nice survey by Berthe. So basically, it seems when at large enough scales, these amazing emergent features start occurring. What does this have to do with my talk? What does it have to do with BICA? If you think about it, we're splitting our sensory pathways, and then we're recombining them. And these are we're recombining loads amount of data, and we do keep it's been scaled up quite a bit in humans. And the complex, unexpected patterns that arise might be in this way, similar to again, I'm not talking about self, but Ricardo was taught when he was talking about self, which is a fascinating area. This, I could just go on for another 20 minutes and say how this would be applicable to it. But basically, you have combination of these streams, and you get amazing things coming out. And I think that's something that isn't reflected in cognitive architectures. A lot of cognitive architectures really tend to be sort of, you know, you have symbolic computing and their manifestation of symbolic computing rather than something like this. So basically here, these are the streams. I'm not going to go through the neuroanatomy. Posterior, the parietal cortex, actually, a lot of convergence. By convergence, you have dorsal ventral streams combining there, and then you have other streams combining, merging of streams. In terms of memory, sometimes it's, instead of considering memory a blob on the cognitive architecture, it might be interesting to consider it as a, you know, the streams that it comes from. Episodic memory, you know, you need your ventral stream, dorsal stream, also the hippocampus, lateral prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate cortex. So that's the talk. A lot of neuroanatomy there, but hopefully it was explained simple enough. Again, to summarize in the last minute, all of you sitting here, the information is not going to some center in your brain. There's streams that are to your auditory senses, your visual senses, and then it's being split to dorsal and ventral stream, and then the streams are recombining, and you're getting the sensations inside your brain from this. Thank you very much.
Any question? Yes.
Hi, Howard. Thanks for the talk. That was great. I enjoyed the topic a lot. One question, actually, I guess two different things to bring up. So in terms of the kind of thing that's being encoded in the ventral and dorsal stream, I think part of the reason for the split might be representational. The kind of thing being encoded is different, might be population codes versus things that need to preserve more of the, you know, topographical ordering of things. So from that perspective, can you see maybe there is that justification from a representational standpoint? And then also just add a little more about that from a conscious access standpoint. From my understanding, the dorsal stream has a little bit less access to that content versus the ventral stream, where it seems we tend to be more conscious of that what property.
That's very correct. And in fact, the ventral stream, if you think about the structures, you know, you're in the temporal lobe, you're closer to the limbic system. It's more wired up there, while the where stream, originally, the work done in the macaque monkeys in the 1980s, they just said it was where. They say, oh, there's what and where. But then Goodale, like in the 1990s, when they started looking at patients with strokes and other lesions, they realized it's really not just where, it's how. And they said, oh, maybe this should be a how stream, because the purpose of the dorsal stream actually is to get the motor circuits ready to go. And, you know, again, most of evolution, you don't have, you know, organisms sitting in a room discussing things. They're seeing something and they have to react to their environment. So 100% yes, very, very different representations. And probably that's the reason evolution kept it also.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Anyone?
Howard, may I ask a question? Hi, Howard. Thank you for a very impressive and interesting presentation. I like it very much. I have no question, but a small remark. It seems to me that the term evolutionary artifact is not quite correct. I believe that the nature is much cleverer than we are. And everything that is stored in human brains may appear in some other environment quite useful and more efficient than it seems now. So nature is, it seems to me that it's more correct to call it sleeping information or frozen information or something like that. Nature is much cleverer than we are. Thank you.
Sure, I'm not going to argue with that. I agree. You know, artifact means, you know, things, it's, you know, nature is doing things on its own. And I don't know if it's always the cleverest solution. I mean, what happens, happens. But I think that's on a more philosophical level higher than me. But yeah, I think it's a good point then. No argument there.
Nice.
Hi, Howard. This is Ricardo here.
Oh, hi, Ricardo. I enjoyed your talk so much.
Thank you.
Excellent talk.
I was wondering if this split model that we are presenting here, if it could be in some sense related to system 1 and system 2 that appears on dual process theory, or it's nothing related to that?
I don't think it's related to that. I think system one is more, what's going on in our executives. I mean, system 2 in our executive centers. What's going on? Although in the evolutionary theme of schemes, who knows if one thing didn't lead to another. I think though the split which does occur, it's not a hypothesis. This is happening in the brain. The split might have large effects in how we perceive things, our sense of self, our sense a lot of, and how we come up with ideas. Like I think more to do with, if anything, I would say it has more to do with system 1, like these feelings we have without discreetly thinking about it. I would think system 2 is prefrontal cortex with all that we have to think about things a few times over and over again, which is different.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We want the last question.
Hi, just have a question. I mean, regarding to the this point of view of you're looking into things from the complexity theory. How much do you think we still need to look into this kind of behaviors from the in terms of looking into emergence within the brain and using that knowledge for these new kind of architectures, the cognitive architectures we're working on?
I think it's a very hard question. I think I'm not that well qualified to handle it. My math background certainly isn't adequate enough. However, I mean, the analysis is so difficult to do. However, as a justification, I will say, I think all the great things that complexity theory promised really haven't come to fruition, hasn't occurred. I mean, despite all these mathematical techniques, I'm not really sure what it's done, except that I think this is a process that is going on around us, and the people at the paper by Wei, it's 2022 Wei, WEI et al., and it's emergence in large language models. They don't have one equation in it because they're actually smart in a way. They say, hey, we're going to stay away from all the complexity theory. We're going to do it more empirically. This is what we're observing. And I guess it's going to be somebody much smarter than me, really, really smart, that's going to figure out how can we actually analyze this and figure out what the LLMs are doing, because for anybody who's used the LLMs before 2020, then afterwards, it's actually amazing what they're doing, and it's irreducible. You really cannot figure out how this is occurring. Just by knowing the transformer architecture, you really can't predict the results that have been yielded.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Before the coffee break, please enjoy to take a photo for all participants present, please.
your presentation. Okay. Let's continue with the schedule for today's session. So the next presentation is performed by Melissa Maria. So go ahead, please. Okay. Melissa, can you hear me?
Melissa is not here because her internet is bad at the moment.
Okay, okay. Are you ready with your presentation?
There, and I have a video of Melissa. Do you see the video of her? This with the picture for her, from her?
Well, it's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Should I play the video already, or you want to announce it first? I don't know what time you want to start the program.
Please, Jentro, can you play the video?
Yes, okay. Can you tell me whether you hear the sound?
Hello, my name is Melissa Damon, and today I will present you my thesis about creating AI-generated role-playing videos from causal network model simulations of social anxiety disorder for virtual therapeutic contexts. As an introduction, what we did in this thesis was create a causal network for social anxiety disorder based on the behavior and the brain states that get activated in social anxiety disorder. Based on this network, we created simulations of how they behave and how they adapt, because this is an adaptive network modeling approach. Based on this mentioned before, we created a representative script, and the representative script was used to create the AI-generated video. As a motivation for this, we have the fact that I believe the social anxiety disorder is not talked about enough and not taken seriously enough. And I believe that a good therapy option for this is exposure therapy, as it makes the person face their fears directly and also makes them become aware of the unconscious behaviors that they're doing because of this disorder. There have been previous attempts at creating virtual avatars that require too much technical work. Therefore, in this thesis, we try to do a more automatic AI version for it with less human work involved. To understand social anxiety better, there are also some causes for it. In childhood, for example, if the parent treats the person badly, if they're always scolding them, it's going to create unrealistic social standards, behavioral inhibition. If they're excluded from other peers, it's going to create shyness, which is behavioral inhibition. All of these are going to be influential for adulthood for the person. We also have physiological and neural factors, which are how the body reacts physically to this feeling of fear and anxiety that they have, neural factors such as how the brain states work, unconscious behaviors that they do, such as always being focused on themselves, always looking out for possible threats, always going over and over negative situations that they've been in, safety and avoidance behaviors, such as sipping continuously from a drink or leaving the event. And they always take negative feedback as weighing more than a positive one. We also found out that fear and anxiety are the main feelings in a social anxiety disorder. There are multiple brain parts that influence these feelings. For example, the amygdala, the insula, the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, the orbitofrontal cortex, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, dorsal striatum. But I will talk about them later when I will explain the simulations and how they work. We designed an adaptive model, as I mentioned before. And for this model, we had to put it in MATLAB, and we used an alogistic function that takes the input weights. So if multiple nodes are coming into that node, it's going to take the weights of them. And when it reaches a certain threshold that we set, it's going to activate. Then based on the steepness, it will tell how gradually it activates. This is the modeling approach that we have used. We have designed. We have in the base layer the behavior of a socially anxious person. For example, we have an emotion regulation loop for fear. We have an action regulation loop for decision making in a socially threatening situation. The causes, the post-event rumination, and them being focused on their own person. In the first order layer, we have the brain states, and in the second order layer, we have the adaptive speeds. These downward links influence how fast and how hard they influence the states in their lower levels. In this diagram, we have the incoming arrows to the brain states and to the speed layer. So for example, here we have the amygdala, which takes input from perceived social threat, because the amygdala hyperactivates when a person believes that they are in a threat. And also the prep states, how the body reacts to that. And we also saw previously that the amygdala is going to activate these physiological states, so it's going to amplify them. We also have two simulations where we talk about how the brain states activate and how this behavior is influenced by that. So in the beginning, we have the three constant states, which I mentioned as the causes. They're constantly one. Then we have the possibility of negative evaluation appearing. This raises a threat to a socially anxious person. Then, because of the perceived threat, we have the amygdala hyperactivating and also the BNST. Then this is going to influence the physiological arousal, which is the sweaty palms, blushing, and heart rate, which are represented here, increasing the feeling of fear. And the ventromedial prefrontal cortex activates. It barely dampens the feeling of fear. As you can see here, the fear goes down after it activates, but it never reaches zero, highlighting the fact that this is a continuous feeling. It's not going to stop after a threatening event. We also have the action regulation loop, which is highlighted here. We have the safety behavior, the active avoidance, temporary anxiety relief. And here we can see that the orbitofrontal cortex is the red line here, which overestimates the cost of a social interaction. Then we have the dorsal striatum, which is focused on creating habits out of these actions. And this one gets activated slightly after executing an action that helps in a threatening situation, because it's going to create a habit and the person is going to start doing it automatically. Also, that is also due because of the dopamine relief that doing such actions will give the socially anxious person. We also have the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which is driven by the DACC, which is in the speed layer. It drives the person towards executing a certain behavior, doing uncertain moments of, in our case, the socially threatening situation. This activates right when is the time to make a decision whether you continue coping with a situation or whether you want to leave. Here with the dotted arrows, we have attentional bias to threat and self-focused attention. They have a hill right here when it's time to make the decision on what action the person wants to do. And we also have the post-event rumination and self-referential bias and negative self-image, which keep getting increased. That is because these actions all contribute to having a negative image towards themselves. Post-event rumination towards continuously replaying such bad moments in your head and learning from them. It affects your self-esteem negatively. In the second simulation, the main difference is the fear emotion regulation loop. That is because in this case, we assume that the ventromedial prefrontal cortex has absolutely no power over dampening the feeling of fear. So the amygdala hyperactivates, the ventromedial prefrontal cortex activates, the insula also activates, which is supposed to maintain this what-if anxiety during anticipation of a threatening event. And with the dotted lines, we can see the fear feeling and the physiological arousal. They're all increasing fast and staying constant, suggesting that this simulation represents the most critical moments, a very critical moment for a social anxiety person. For the scenario, we based it mostly on the diagram for the behavior of how our character was going to act in our video. The simulations we used mostly for adding cues, for example, the intensity of the fear feeling. In the second one, how intense the fear is. We also did temporary anxiety relief after doing a safety behavior. So both the diagram and the simulations aided in creating the script. This script is going to be used for the video generation. We have a protagonist, Lisa, which is portrayed both in her childhood and also in adulthood at 22 years old, which cover both the causes and how a person lives in their lives with social anxiety disorder. This script contains multiple socially threatening situations for the person, how she behaves in them, what inner thoughts she has, her bodily reactions, and we tried adding cues for realism. As the tools, we use the Animation Script Builder and Runway AI. Animation Script Builder helped us separate the scenes that we created into shots. Those shots were then generated as images using GPT-4o. And then in order to animate them, we had to give prompts based on those shots on how to animate them for expressiveness, facial expressions, camera angles, customization. We made the character after myself when my hair was darker. We tried to personalize her jewelry, her clothes, how she looks like, how her room looks like to give a more realistic feeling. And we had to remind the AI to keep these ones in every prompt that we used. For voiceover and sound effects, we initially tried to use the lip sync feature of Runway AI, which was it was useful, but whenever a character would try to express feelings, it would lose some of the expressiveness that we had before the lip sync feature. So we resorted to using 11 Labs AI. Even though it didn't offer lip sync, it created voices based on the prompts with the dialogue lines that we had in our script. For Pixabay, for sound effects, we used Pixabay, for example, increased heart rate, lowered heart rate, background noises. Final assembly, we did each scene separately with the voices and sound effects. Then we put it into a master project in CapCut. There we have some very good results that are correlated to the scenario. For example, this one where Lisa's fear is speaking. we're going to see later in the video that this fear peaking is due to the fact that she had to present in front of her class. She saw her classmates whispering, and she's very much focused on what she said, how she presented, and also negatively interpreting her classmates whispering. We also have another very representative scene for the action regulation loop, which is active avoidance. After an interaction with her friend and the stranger, which is very important, she didn't feel like she belonged in that place. And she tried initially a safety behavior, but she still didn't feel comfortable enough. So she used an active avoidance behavior, which is making an excuse to leave the event in order to leave it.
Sorry, guys. Will you be mad at me if I go home? I have a stomach ache.
We also had a lot of challenges and failures. That is because not only because the AI was not able to replicate the emotions exactly the way we wanted it, but also because our prompts may have not been sufficient enough in order to get what we have envisioned. Therefore, there was over-exaggeration of emotions, wrong hand placements. As you can see here, she's with her laptop closed from the back. The notification is on the back of her phone. Here she's crying from her face, her eyes and her mouth. Here she's stirring the spoon with a hand in the glass. These are some of the changes that we had to make in our script because we had to replace some scenes. For example, she's not closing her laptop anymore. She is just shown with her laptop closed already. Limitations, we had some assumptions that we have made. For example, we omitted the link between fear feeling and temporary anxiety reduction because we wanted to examine how both of these loops and these feelings work separately. We also initialized the first three states with one because we believe that they're the causes, and therefore without therapy, they are going to be maintained throughout the person's life and interactions. Also for the brain layer, we have very simple brain states. There's a lot of more brain connections that are aiding in this. For example, the VMPFC and the amygdala interconnectivity. We omitted that, we took them separately. And as conclusions and future work, we have concluded that it is indeed possible to generate an AI virtual roleplay video based on authorization of the carefully designed second-order adaptive model, which accurately represents the behavior and how the brain works in a person with social anxiety disorder. As future work, we would like to eliminate the limitations in the previous slide for a deeper understanding of social anxiety disorder, to use better tools for the generation of the AI video, for example, Google's newly released VO3, Kling AI for better and more expressive lines of the characters, 11 Labs premium version, Runaway AI's lip sync option, and also most importantly, we would like to create this into a game where the person that is going to therapy has the possibility of choosing 4 choices that will dictate what they're saying and also what they're doing, and each action leading to different consequences. And now I will present you the video.
Didn't you have a test this week? Have you got your results yet?
Yes, I did. I actually got a 7. We got the results today.
Oh, a 7? You should have paid more attention. Was it that hard?
Not necessarily. I didn't phrase the answers in the same way as the teacher wanted it, which is what made me lose the points.
You should have paid more attention in class then.
My answers, they weren't wrong. They just weren't phrased the way the teacher wanted.
Well, you got a 7, so the answers have to be wrong. Not remembering what the teacher exactly wanted in a test is not an excuse. You really need to study more.
Oh no, I completely forgot about the presentation, and I only have 1 week left? God, I hope I have enough time to revise everything. Hello, my name is Lisa, and I'm here to present you the topic of... this sounds so lame. Anna just texted me. I really don't feel like going. On top of that, I have to study for my presentation. But what if she will think that I'm a bad friend? Ugh, fine. But who is this Alex? Is he a good friend of hers? I hope he will not think that I'm weird. What if I just don't have what to talk about, like I do when I'm alone with Anna? So my hobbies are playing video games, listening to music, studying. Ugh, who says studying? I will seem like the most boring person on earth. How about favorite movies? Yeah, I think if I talk about The Lord of the Rings, I will have enough to maintain a conversation. Hi, Anna. Hi, Alex. Nice to meet you. I'm Lisa.
Hi, I'm Alex. So, yeah, I really think we should go and see this movie together.
Did he just look like he doesn't want to talk to me? And now they're talking about going out in front of me without me? Ugh, I feel like a third wheel.
You've been drinking a lot of water, girl. Are you a fish?
Sorry, I'm just thirsty, I guess.
Relax. I was joking.
So, Anna and I are obsessed with something. What do you think about The Lord of the Rings?
I've not watched any of the movies, but my family loves the trilogy. They always want me to watch it with them, but I never have the time.
Yeah, they're very good. You should join them sometime. Sorry, guys. Will you be mad at me if I go home? I have a stomach ache.
No, don't worry. If you need anything, let me know.
I hope you get better soon.
Today I will have this presentation about, Really? Well done? I could barely make up a sentence. I don't want to present ever again.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, due a slight delay within our itinerary, we won't have a round of questions and answers this time. So
Okay, they can always contact us.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Jen and Melissa, thank you for your presentation. So, okay. Let's continue with our next conference speaker, Heiler Duarte Moreno.
Hello, everyone. My name is Heiler Duarte. I am glad to present today my work feature for developing agent with a sense of belonging. This is the outline we will follow today. This work is a part of Quayoyote architecture designed to simulate human behavior. I am focusing on the cognitive function motivation. Maslow said that motivation is one of the main things that influence human behavior. In his hierarchy of needs, he divides motivation into 5 levels. I am working on the belonging level. But what is belonging? Belonging is an emotional and psychological connection to a group or community that provides support, identity, and sense of purpose. It is a fundamental human need that influences both individual well-being and social dynamics. The problem, most computational models ignore or oversimplify the psychological and emotional foundation of the sense of belonging, treating social iteration as purely functional process rather than a motivational one. Objective create a computer model that helps virtual agents use the sense of belonging in their decision. This can help them act more in collaboration in a group situation with other agents. My justification, including the sense of belonging in computer system, helps model social motivation, create adaptive behaviors in multi-agent environments, and improve human-machine iteration. This opens new possibilities for general artificial intelligence and cognitive simulation. Or motivation, application in robotics, education, and mental health, where systems must simulate or respond to social inclusion or exclusion. Identify how sense of belonging can be modeled computationally, allowing artificial agents to adapt their behavior in group settings. And explore ways to support individuals with socialization difficulties, like people with autism or social anxiety. Belonging is an important part of human motivation. People want to feel accepted and have good relationship with others. If they don't feel that they belong, they may feel lonely, sad, or unmotivated. Theories like Maslow's hierarchy and need to belong show that feeling part of a group helps people feel happy, safe, and connected. And from neuroscience perspective, several brain networks have been identified as supporting of the sense of belonging. This network enable emotion recognition, interpretation of other emotion, social communication, and evaluation of social reward. Social support is very important to feel included. It helps us know we are not alone, that others create about us, and that we are part of a group. Our proposals to address the phenomenon of belonging in a structured manner, it is so essential to have a taxonomy that breaks down its fundamental components. This classification not only facilitates its analysis and modeling, but also provides a clear conceptual framework to guide the developed or proposed model. We apply in the divide and conquer principle. We propose the following taxonomy. The top of level represents belonging as a multidimensional motivation. The second level outlines the main categories, and the third level breaks down each category in subcomponents. Need to belong is a basic human need to establish positive bonds with others. Emotional bonds, a meaningful relationship based on mutual affection, that create a deep sense of connection with others. Emotional security, the feeling of safety and acceptance with a group. Personal identity is the group of values, beliefs, qualities that help a person understand who they are and how they are different from other people. family environment include the relationship, values, and iteration that help a person feel accepted and understand who they are. Social behavior are actions like helping, sharing, and cooperating that build trust and make people feel included. And the last one, social environment. It's mean the culture, community, and environment around a person that affect if they feel included or not. This diagram illustrates the brain region involved into the process of social inclusion and inclusion. These brain areas help us think about ourselves and what others think of us. TPJ and precuneus help us put ourselves in other shoes. This ability is key to understand whether we are being accepted or excluded. The amygdala helps us feel a strong emotion like fear or sadness when we are excluded. And the insula, anterior insula, this region responds to social pain, such as when we feel we are being ignored. We case study start with the object to identify and computationally structure to the social features that can be represented and manipulated in artificial agents through large language models with the aim of naturally generate diverse social contexts. Hypothesis, LLMs enable the encoding of social attributes in artificial agents using vector representation and structured prompts, emulating the function of social brain networks. This makes it possible to dynamically generate varied social contexts and context-sensitive behavior among agents. Scope. The agents don't know each other at the beginning. The goal is to start measuring their motivation to belong from the first interaction, and the study focuses in how their behavior change during these early steps. Limitation. The model doesn't include personal, family, or social background of agents. Only personal values are used to influence the 7 components of blogging. We use 10 agents with LLMs using a framework called Autogen. This lets the agents talk to each other through ChatGPT API. Each agent starts a conversation with every other agent, with the finality achieve or inclusion or exclusion for any agent. But we configure 7 main features. Group identity is the level of perceiving group membership, because strong identification with the group reinforces the feeling of belonging, as the agent perceives himself as a part of a group. Social iteration is the frequency and quality of the interaction with other members, because positive social iteration generates bonds, trust, and closeness, reinforcing the sense of inclusion and belonging. Acceptance or rejection measure the balance between negative and positive response, because being accepted or rejected change how a person sees their value and place in the group. Social memory record and update past experience related to the motivation to belong, because personal history with the group creates an emotional narrative that can fortify or weaken the feeling of belonging. Reciprocity is the evaluation of relationship with others, because feeling that the relationship are reciprocal validates the agent as a valued member, which reinforces integration and belonging. Reputation is how the agent believes it is perceived by others, because a good reputation helps people feel part of the group. And the last is the utility. Utility is how beneficial growth belongings is from an adaptive perspective, because people stay in a group when it gives them something good and it's easy to belong. After this conversation, we have different results. This is one of them. The green bars indicate levels of inclusion above the exclusion. The threshold dashed line, while the red bars denote agents below the threshold, reflecting social exclusion. How we don't know, since the data has not been compared with humans yet, and an evaluation study was done where the following was observed. For example, for agent Victor, his level of inclusion dropped significantly when the reciprocity component is excluded, indicating that the perception of mutual exchange plays a key role in his integration with a group. In contrast, the results show that his belonging is special depend on social interaction and reputation. For conclusion, preliminary results are promising through further testing with varied component weights across contexts is needed. Social relationship emerge dynamically, demonstrating the model effectiveness, while the model can be refined and adapt to a specific context. It's marked a novel step toward a natural and formal motivation of belonging. And thanks for your time. And sorry my voice or my English. I work every day.
Thank you, Taylor. Does anyone have questions? Okay.
Very nice. Hello. Very nice presentation. Thank you very much. How much does your model depend on the LLM?
In this moment, depend only for achieve a more natural conversation, but only for that in this moment. The rest of the model are we are use the 7 features to interchange or calculate this level of inclusion or exclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a quite nice presentation. I was just curious if you thought about including human users in the group, because in your group you have all robots, but I mean, if you have 2 or 3 human users in the group, maybe you can ask those users to try to say what they thought about the robots, and this could create some interesting dynamics. Have you thought about that?
Yes, but in second, it's a part of current work. At the moment, we measure the model of belonging and exclusion. Is the beginning of our work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I enjoyed it. So just to clarify, so right now you have something that quantifies the agent's sense of belonging. You've got these different features, and when you look at the magnitude of what you're measuring, this is the agent's sort of perception of its belonging in a situation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of the agent's motivation for this, the need for the sense of belonging, are you modeling that as well?
No, at the moment. We can work motivation for the 2 point of view, like an intrinsic motivation, that feeling that can be represented when I need the necessity to belong with another group. But at the moment, we are focusing on that belonging that arise when start to interchange interactions.
Okay. Yep. That's great. Yeah, I think that one thing that'd be interesting is that it seems like you mentioned culture, society and culture is sort of one of these different factors. Different cultures are more individualistic, versus sort of collectivist. And it'd be interesting to see how all of this translates into action, seeking out versus maybe withdrawing, in the sense of belonging. You're perceiving it, but how does it drive the rest of the system's behavior? So.
Yes, we are working to include more different and difficult contexts to prove the behavior.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Haler.
Let's continue with our next presentation performed by the Dr. Jonathan Hernando.
Bueno. Let me check. Yes, it's okay. Thank you. Well, I am Jonathan Rosales, and I'm going to present the work title, Bio-Inspired Affective System for the Generation of Basic Emotional Behaviors in Cybernetic Entities. Well, first I'm talking about virtual environments. I love the video games. That's why this timeline. And in the 80s, we can see the evolution of these environments, that we can see a specific environment with two-dimensional view, and also with the different virtual creatures with really small movements. And in the 90s, we can see in this timeline the emerge of three-dimensional environments with also the evolution of these virtual creatures. And in the last 25 years, approximately, we can see now the evolution of these open environments with better aesthetic and also more complex behaviors are needed for these virtual creatures. Also, I say the virtual creatures evolve with their environments, not just aesthetically, and their behavior have become more complex, giving rise to the creation of virtual the cognitive architectures. Well, one of the more passion for me is the emotional behavior. Actually, I believe this is the most complex behavior for the humans, and also we try to give this ability to express, maintain, and control emotions for the different known and unknown behaviors, environments for these virtual creatures. Actually, these works just work on these 5 different emotions that are basic emotions like fear, anger, happiness, disgust, and sadness. In previous works, we propose a general theoretical framework for artificial emotions that is support in psychological evidence for the human behavior. In that work, propose 3 different components of emotion, that is affective, feeling, and emotional behavior also. We propose again in this work 3 different states. This state is different the level of cognition, but for this work just work here in the first stage of the emotions, try to generate inactive affect and emotional behavior for the first emotions, the basic emotions. That works help to do an exhaustive exploration of neuroscientific evidence, where we obtain information for conceptual models, anatomical mapping, and structural activation, that every structure involving in the process of generate emotions. This is the result obtained by this exhaustive exploration. We can see a different brain structure involved in the process of generating emotions. We can see different structures like thalamus, insula, hippocampus, prefrontal cortex, hypothalamus, striatum, singular cortex, and also maybe the most important, amygdala. Also, combine these 2 different informations, like the general theoretical framework and this anatomical mapping previous exposed, we can construct a B-inspired affective architecture, where we label different structures involving in the process of affective evaluation. We can see in the center the LA and B nucleus of the amygdala, with different functions involved in every structure, and also in different components of the motion proposed after. In order to construct a system, we propose different functions. That functions are described better in the next slide here, where we can see the functionality almost the same for all of these proposed functions involved in the structures. But in order to see better how works these functions, we can obtain the primary association. And this is like we can see something similar like a perceptron, where we obtain different inputs by the sense, oriented to a specific affective parameter. And we can generate an average with multiply by a specific relevation, and just put 3 different affective parameters like pressure, disgust, and pain. But this function have a little problem, like the result is a discrete evaluation. So in order to construct a formal and continuous function, we propose the use of the decrement function, where we can obtain the information given the last function and reduce the intensity of this perception of the environment given this evaluation of decrement. For more specific, we can obtain an example of how works primary association, obtaining the effective information for the sensory processing and the pain perception. And in this slide, we can see how the system works. We obtain different spikes. These spikes are reduced for a specific spikes oriented to the affected parameters. And then we can obtain different average of every affected parameters in the system. In order to observe the functionality of the proposed model of emotions, we can implement a virtual environment in Unity. Also, we construct a virtual creature with facial action calling system in order to construct to give the ability to express emotions for this creature, and also work in the affective system, that is a distributed system made in Eclipse, using a middleware proposed by the laboratory. The scene is like this. See in the slide, we have 5 different tables. With every table have 3 different stimulus. Every stimulus have a different evaluation or affective evaluations. In order to obtain this evaluation, we create a specific script that generate these affective parameters because we don't have the sensory process. So we need to predefine this information. The information can be 0 to 1 for every sensor, or like a vision, tactile, gustatory, olfactory, and auditory information. And propose 3 different study cases. The first study cases is an interaction and learning, where the virtual creatures observe their environment, detect different stimulus that they don't have information, and go to interact with them, and in the same time, generate a specific response, an emotional response, and also learning of affective system stored in memory. The second one is a perception. The virtual creature perceives some stimuli in the environment. They have already information stored in memory. And given this perception, we can generate a specific behavior of the virtual creature oriented to the emotions. And the last one is the combination of both, where we can interact and learning in the same time, like can perception for every stimulus in the environment. This is the information stored in memory, where every stimulus are with different affective parameters. To simplify the study, we just put 0 or 1 in every affective parameter. The first 3 are stimulus for control. And the last one can be different affective parameters involving in any different stimulus. Right now, we can see an execution example where the virtual creature interact with some specific stimulus in the environment, and also have the ability to express different emotional behaviors like fear, sad, happiness, anger, and disgust. Actually, we need a lot of time for this, so I believe just the 2 emotion is sufficient. Well, in the third case study, interaction and learning, we made 35 experiments. The first 15 experiments are for control, where we can see the emotion expressed by the virtual creature and the intensity of these responses. Also, for the 16 to 35 experiment, we can observe the different generation of emotions given by the same stimulus. So the emotions compete in every stimulus that the virtual creature perceives. And well, it's the same behavior for every experiment after the 16 experiment. Now we can see an example of in a specific experiment, we observe the competition of the behavior exposed by the virtual creature when the final response is observed in the last line. In the case of perception, we obtain different information stored in memory by the virtual creature. Also, the first 9 experiments are for control, where we can observe the response and the intensity of the behavior for the virtual creature in a specific experiment. For the case 10 to 21, we observe also the competition of different emotions given the same stimulus. In the final case study, an open environment, we observe the same behavior for the system, but that is an open environment. We can observe the different interaction with the stimulus. In this case, for example, we can observe that the first stimulus observed was stimulus 1, then the stimulus 3, and finally the stimulus 2. Also, we can observe the motion expressed below to interact and to perceive the same stimulus. In this experiment 7, we can observe the same behavior, like observe happiness, disgust, the same competition of these behaviors, emotional behaviors, for to be expressed in the environment. Also, the perception in the same experiment, we can observe the same behavior and the final expression of the motion given this information. Given all of this implementation and the results, we can see that the affective system is functional. And also we can say that the responses are similar to the expected. And well, for me, it's all. I don't know if you have any question. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Jonathan. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. Would you go back one slide? Just want to make sure I understand the table. Okay, so in this experiment, so I see stimulus 19, and then below it you have response and then intensity. When you are going down in the table, as you go lower in the table, is there a temporal component? Is that what we're seeing, that it's happiness is 0.1, and then more time passes by, happiness is 0.3? Okay, so that's time that's increasing as you go lower in the table.
Yes, actually, this information is because the system, the distributed system, is the lag between different package sending for the perceived system. Okay. So that's why don't have the same evaluation. Actually, we can see as 0.3 and then 0.8. Actually, we can see this information maybe in another. Sorry, I need to go. In some cases, actually, we can see more intensity for a specific emotion, and then the next package can change the information. That is because the system, the distributed system
is coming in and it's adjusted to it. So you had an earlier diagram that was sort of like piecewise increasing, and then you had an exponential decay. So these numbers here are reflecting?
Actually, yes.
Okay.
Actually, in the same time, the decree function are involved in every response. So can be the reason for why in some time can change the emotional response.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Somebody else?
Hey, thank you for your presentation. You had a set of formulas in one of the slides. Would you mind kind of guiding us through how do those formulas fit in the model?
This one?
Uh-huh.
Actually, every formula is almost the same. Actually, you can, I don't know if you see the ACP theta. Actually, every formula have the same information. The work function is similar for every box in the proposed model. Yes, I know. We need to change that functions given the information obtained by the neuroscientific evidence. But right now, we just propose the emotional model. So the next step is try to change and adapt different affective evaluation, different functions with different decay functions. So that's why in this case, almost all the functions proposed are very similar.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, let's continue with the next presentation in the schedule, performed by the Dr. Teresa Brooks.
Good. Do I click up to go to advance the slide? Like that. Ooh, yes, good. Okay. Go back. Go back. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Just getting my bearings there. So I'm actually a PhD candidate. This is actually part of my dissertation, so not doctor yet, but very soon. So I'm going to be presenting our paper, OMAP, a biologically inspired approach to few-shot learning. And this work is with my advisor, Professor Shan. And so we're going to discuss the motivations for our project for this work and what OMAP is, the current contributions and the research objectives for this particular paper. This is still active research, but this is like where we are right now. Very brief background on the biological model that our work is based on. Brief discussion on the methodology, the data set that we used, and the experiment and some results that we got. Oops. So despite the unprecedented advances in machine learning research, learning efficient knowledge representations and data and in resource-constrained environments is still very much a challenge. State-of-the-art few-shot learnings models that yield the best results still suffer from overfitting. They can be computationally expensive in inference in terms of the real-world settings, and they can be hard to design. So biological systems still exhibit better performance at quickly generalizing on new identification tasks with little supervision and without catastrophic forgetting. So our proposed model is OMAP. It's a biologically inspired ensemble few-shot learning model. It uses the modified fly olfactory circuits as an ensemble of weak learners and introduces few-shot supervision to generate generalized sparse binary representations that are suitable for image classification tasks. It expands upon common properties of biological neural systems, such as random weight connections and sparse encodings. So we demonstrate that OMAP models can generate representations with similar density requirements as the biological fly olfactory circuitry while yielding improved performance on image classification tasks. So our objectives are first test the efficacy of our idea and see how well our model can classify images. We wanted to also understand the stability of the models that we generate, given the stochasticity in the generation algorithm. And we wanted to investigate the impact of individual hyperparameters on model performance. So the goal at this time was not to pursue state-of-the-art results, though we're actually doing some benchmarking now, but to establish a baseline performance for our models and lay the foundation for future research and model development. So a little bit of background on the fly olfactory circuit. So it's a powerful neural model that implements a 3-step data processing scheme that uses sparse binary random predictions to learn unique odor signatures. So it works on the assumption that the fly will never smell exactly the same odor again, but it can accurately detect if new odors are similar to the ones that it's learned already. It doesn't care if it can identify if something was a rose or not, but we do, we care. So the random and sparse neural excitations ensures that different odors rarely, if ever, share active neurons. They also ensure that the sparse odor representations are unique. So it also quantizes the input space via high-dimensional space projections. This minimizes the impact of small fluctuation in odor components, and hence the odor signatures are pretty robust representations of individual odors. So given that the fly olfactory circuit can learn these unique sparse representations very fast and for accurate similarity matching, we hypothesized it could be modified to implement an ensemble learning scheme for image classification tasks. So essentially, we view the modified fly olfactory model as a weak learner of sparse binary representations. And we think that we could, introducing like a small number of kind of training examples of supervision, that we could generate a kind of general class representation for a given class that we could use as a classifier. So OLMAP modifies the fly olfactory circuit model as described by Dasgupta et al. And some of the key modifications currently are, so we modified the model to take in d-dimensional input vectors as exemplar training examples. And so these are basically per class, so there's like a set of them. And for each vector represents a unique instance of a class. We introduced a new hyperparameter W to use the modified fly olfactory circuit models as weak learners. It determines how many best fit candidate models to generate. And what I mean by best fit is the best fit model is defined as the model that generates the best performing representations for given classes as tested against a validation set. So in some machine learning, few-shot learning models, W might be considered like a episode kind of parameter. So it's very similar. We then also introduce a combined step in the model's final stage, which outputs a sparse binary signature using a winner-take-all circuit. This step combines a small, randomly sampled mixture of highest firing neurons from each training example to generate the representation for a given class. So a little bit more about the combined step. So you can kind of roughly think of it as like what you would see in like a CNN, like where you have, or like a neural network where you have like an average pooling layer for convolutional neural networks, but without the downsampling effect. And about this figure here, so this is just a depiction of what the sparse representation would look like for an airplane or a cat, given the training examples here. Oh. So here I'm not going to go over all of the architecture, but I'll just highlight the parts of the model architecture where the sparse binary representations are generated, and there's more details in our paper. So we generate W weak learners, or modified fly olfactory models to find the best performing sparse binary representations for each class for a given set of class labels. These representations are produced by sampling a small number of salient features from the input feature space of the training sets, and we project them to a high dimensional space D, where D is a two-dimensional matrix. So the high dimensional space projections produce these intermediate representations for each example in the training set per class. These representations are then pooled or combined with the combined step. So the final representation for a class is generated by a K winner-take-all algorithm, where K controls the level of sparsity of the generalized representation for a given class. So these representations actually act as the classifiers for our class. So on the next slide, I'll show the full fit algorithm and like basically how it does what it does. I'm not going to go through every line for the because of time, but I'll also show a table with all of the parameters. So some of these parameters are actually generated, and then some are kind of static. Like D is the dimension of the input vector, K is the sparse representation size, PF is the random projection factor, M is the dimension of high dimensional projection space, and it's which is computed using PF and K. We have a sample ratio used to compute the number of input features that we want to randomly sample and project onward, and so forth. So we used the STL10 image recognition data set for model training, validation, and testing. I'll tell you a little bit about why we use this. So it has labeled single subject images. So this is at the very beginning. So we wanted to make the problem a bit easier so that we could test to see if this works or not. The subject is the primary focus of the image, and the subjects span a range of poses and orientations. So that was like the one thing that we were curious about, if we could make these sparse vectors of ones and zeros actually classify images depending on, with different poses and orientations. So STL10 has both labeled and unlabeled examples, but we used the labeled examples. The labeled portion of the data set contains about 500 training images, 800 test images per class, and the labeled data set images are from 10 classes. We used 6 of the 10 classes, and we tried to get like a, kind of split between, machines and animals, as we call them. Okay, so one of the goals of this work was to answer the question, is it possible to use this modified olfactory circuits as weak learners? And using this introduction of some supervision, could we actually get like reliable image classifiers out of this? And so, as I had mentioned before, we wanted to kind of minimize the complexity of the problem initially. So we started in the kind of simpler setting where we wanted to make sure that we only had one subject and no background noise. So the first step in our pre-processing pipeline ensures that by something we call single concept isolation. So we use the pre-trained masked RCNN model to aid in helping us find and remove background or any potential secondary subjects. Sometimes there's like a table or some chair or something, and we want to ignore that. So we used ResNet 50 as our feature extractor, since we needed to get some features. In some few-shot learning models, this is like learning the feature set or embeddings as part of the process, but we decoupled it and just treated it as a pre-processing step. We then normalized the raw feature vectors that we get out of step 2, and we reduced the dimensions using PCA because we wanted, oh, thanks. I'll be quick. And then we randomly select the training examples. I'll be a little faster. Okay. All right, so to understand the hyperparameter space and its impact on our ability to classify images, we conducted a comprehensive parameter study with 1,260 unique combinations of hyperparameter values. This study examined the subset of the tunable parameters. We then used this analysis to find the hyperparameter values that performed the best out of all of our experiments. And then we used the best fit or the best performing parameter values and tested and generated models against a separate test set. It should be noted there's no overlap between any of the examples in our test, validation, or training examples. And this is an example of kind of, a representation for a cat, that the images that were used to generate this best performing sparse binary vector. And these are some of the examples of the test examples that were classified correctly. And for more details on our study, it's in our paper. So our results confirm that the OLBAP models can generate sparse binary signatures that act as general representations for image classification tasks. And we use the F1 score, by the way, as our kind of performance metric, because though the training sets are quite balanced, the validation sets are not. And it gives you a good balance of like precision and recall. It's kind of a nice number. So the representations our OLMAP representations can predict a class from images where the primary subjects are various poses. And for more details, they're in our paper. So one of the interesting things that we got out of this is that we also wanted to understand the representations that the olfactory model give are sparse and binary. And so we wanted to understand what's the impact of using supervision. So we basically did an experiment where we used the overall best fit parameters that we found from the study, and we generated 5 new models where each model was trained by a single randomly selected example. And the OLMAP model generates single exemplar examples, and they perform basically comparably well. It basically conformed comparably to the unmodified fly olfactory circuit, given the same level of sparsity, except our model with some supervision performed better on image classification tasks, which is what you see in statistical models. So it was kind of interesting that this is purely stochastic model, and just with a little supervision, we showed that the fly olfactory circuit can in fact be a very fast and pretty accurate classifier. That's it. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Does anyone have questions? Okay.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. It was really interesting. Well, the question is, why a fly? I mean, is it because of simplicity? And the other question, I guess, there are 2 questions. Do you think we should be looking into some other biosystems to see, if we can learn or use that knowledge and apply it still in computer science?
Yeah. So the reason why, this kind of, our research came about with a lot of searching. I had some criteria for a model, and I did not, want to use, just kind of traditional machine learning. I wanted to find a biological model that was well studied enough so that I could actually implement it with, with some reasonable kind of level of time, but also something that had the properties that we wanted. So this is the most well studied, and it also has similar properties to kind of computer science models. I definitely think that it's worth looking into other sensory learning systems and seeing if we can do something similar, because it's a very cheap model to implement, like in environments where you don't have a lot of data and you don't have the compute power that's going to, like, for like an LLM or even like some neural network models. It's quite interesting and it works really well. So if we could find more complex sensory models that are well studied that can be implemented, that you know, I think it's definitely worth exploring.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Someone else?
Okay. Question: when you say biology inspired, my question is the following one: is did you take in account the olfactive nerve, and also the number of axons they use to transport information to the processing center?
No, not in this work, but it was something that we studied, but it's not implemented yet. We're just exploiting the ability of the model to learn representations and to basically make it basically into a classifier, because it's really more of a really good similarity matcher. But there are other bits that we've learned about that kind of, it incentivizes, like the things that incentivize learning and things like that, but it wasn't part of the scope of our work right now.
Thank you, Teresa. I really enjoyed it. And
Thank you.
I actually was really appreciative of seeing a different sensory modality that's sort of the basis for inspiration, seeing olfaction. One of the things I was kind of curious about is, so you're using something that is sort of specialized for one sensory modality and using it as a classifier for a different sensory modality. And it's impressive that that inspiration works cross-modally. So I guess I'm wondering, are you thinking that there is sort of broad similarity across all sensory modalities, that even though it seems like there's differences, a single classifier that's specialized biologically for one modality, are you thinking that it would be broadly applicable to any modality?
Maybe. I mean, so there has been some work in like computational neuroscience to study the kind of original model, but with text. It doesn't work quite as well. I have an idea of maybe why. It's possible. I mean, I like some of the things that we'd like to understand a little bit more is like, what set of examples work best? Like, we're still trying to drill down into that, but I think it's possible, because so the olfactory system is very interesting, because in ants, for example, it is used for navigation. And so it's a very cool kind of, and it's very simple, and it actually, like, researchers have realized that nature and humans have kind of converged, because it has properties of like SVMs and locality sensitive hashing and KNN. And so it's kind of interesting that it does work. For me, it was interesting that it seemed pretty simple, but it does work. So
right, yeah.
I definitely think there's more room for that kind of exploration, for sure.
Yeah, definitely interesting. Yeah, but I think sparse encoding is, everybody really wants to go towards sparse encoding.
Yeah, like in physics and stuff, like being able to do that is a big deal. So
great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Congratulations, it was really good, and I believe that this direction of going to more like local representations instead of like global updates is a direct direction for neural networks. But I would like to understand better, what is like the for a model with same performance compared to yours, what is like the parameter wise, like efficient, how parameter wise is efficient comparing to a standard neural network? For example, how many parameters it needs less than the usual?
So the main thing is that this is just purely metrics-based learning.
Okay.
Mainly because we decoupled the process of feature extraction. So, you know, at the time when the models that are similar to our work were developed, like machine learning models, they coupled the parametric learning, like for the embedding space, like they kind of learn this global embedding space for a handful of examples, and then they use the metric part to do the classification, and there's like a loss function that, with some additional, you know, examples. And so you still, basically we decoupled that. So I don't have to have any of the parametric stuff. I can leverage some other offline process. And so this is also, this was by design because we need features, but you know, thinking about some model that's only going to run in a very low compute environment, you don't really have room for all of that. So if you know, there's so many pre-trained models now that are very good at feature extraction, there's no reason to have it as a part of the actual model itself. So, and part of it was kind of trying to mimic what you might have, what you might be doing in the brain or you know, of animals or what have you, where you're kind of doing the feature extraction. Like when you're teaching a kid, you're not saying, look at those edges or look at the lines on a cat. So we're also kind of trying to model it in that way. But it also made it so that we can only focus on that model. Okay. So there's only a handful of parameters, and they are, some of them are tunable, but.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Teresa, and congratulations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So let's continue with our next presentation, performed by Adan Gomez. Adan, are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Excellent. And can you see my screen?
Of course.
Of course. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you for this opportunity. My talk is called Self-Controlling Context, a Cognitive Architecture Approach. This is part of my dissertation, my doctoral dissertation. My advisor is Dr. Ronson in the Rensselaer, New York, United States. Okay, this is the outline of my presentation. First, I'm going to present an overall about the conceptualization of self-control. The second one is to present what is the cognitive architecture that we are going to use in this research. Third, I'm going to present the human study that we use to represent self-control as a motivational conflict, specifically using explicit and implicit approaches and desired goal conflict too. And then the conclusions and future works. Okay, what is self-control? During the past century, self-control was approached by different multiple fields like psychology, philosophy, cognitive science, among others. However, you can find that there are always three main perspectives how to approach this kind of cognitive phenomena. The first one is the long-term rewards view, which is the ability to override impulses and is focused in future benefits. And the second one is the willpower view. So in this perspective, the authors emphasize in the power to change automatic responses, and is when you try to control over natural reactions and impulses. And the third one, this is the perspective that we use in this research, is the motivational conflict view, is the balance between competent desires and goals, or implicit and implicit attitudes, is the ability to manage those internal conflicts. So in this work, we use Clarion to model self-control as a conflict, as a motivational conflict, and we use this approach to provide a mechanistic explanation using simulations. So there is a classification in this perspective of this internal conflict. The first one is the asymmetric conflict, and the second one, the symmetric conflict. We are going to touch the asymmetric conflict in this talk. The symmetric conflict we use in other part of my my dissertation. So the explicit and implicit conflicts is conflict between deliberate reasoning and automatic responses. Or desired goal conflict is the conflict between immediate desires versus higher order long-term goals. An example of this is, for example, when you go to a restaurant and you need to make a decision between, for example, fruit salad or chocolate, and you have trained yourself to love chocolate in your entire life. So you feel an internal conflict between your reasoning, your deliberate reasoning, and your automatic temptation to take chocolate. Or you can interpret the same situation. For example, if you are on a diet and you have a goal to decrease your weight, and you can experiment that conflict between a goal that is achieve, decrease your weight, or take a chocolate, take that unhealthy option. So there is other kind of conflict. We are not going to touch that in this presentation. So we use a rational choice framework in order to make decision. This type of rational choice framework is called bounded rationality model. But in order to understand this kind of rationality, I'm going to explain a little bit about the classical rational choice. Is when you try to calculate the utility through cost and benefit analysis. But this is a perfect rationality assumption, but the human being is not a perfect being. So for that reason, we use a stochastic choice approach. We use a temperature parameter in using to balance between exploration and exploitation. So in this framework, we use a stochastic selection using a Boltzmann distribution in the Clarion cognitive architecture. So Clarion cognitive architecture using 4 types of subsystems. The first one is action-centered subsystem, the non-action-centered subsystem, the second one, the third one is motivational subsystem, and the fourth one, metacognitive subsystem. So in the first one, the action-centered subsystem, this handles action selection and procedural knowledge. This is when the magic happens. And here, the agent make the decision. So in the top level, you can find explicit processes, and the bottom level, implicit processes. That is the reason that here is easy to represent this kind of conflict between explicit and implicit processes. And the explicit processes are represented using rules, and the implicit processes are represented using neural networks. We use this kind of equations in order to calculate the utility of each decision that the agent made. So in the motivational subsystem, you can find in the top level the goals, and in the bottom level of the metacognitive subsystem, you can find drive or impulses of the agent. If you can see in every single subsystem of Clarion, you have top level and bottom level in each subsystem. So in the top level, you can find explicit processes, and the bottom level, implicit processes. Here, you can calculate the strength of each drive using the stimulus level or pertinence of current situation to the drive, or the deficit of the drive, or the internal inclination to activating the drive. For example, one example of drive is achievement. Is, for example, that impulse to achieve a goal. So in the metacognitive subsystem, you can calculate the value of each goal using these equations, and calculate the level of explicitness of each decision. In other words, how explicit is every single decision that the agent makes using a Boltzmann distribution. Okay, this is the flow, the common flow of information in every single simulation that we built in the Clarion cognitive architecture. The situational input enters in the action-centered subsystem and the motivational subsystem, and the activation of drives happens here. Immediately a goal is chosen and the utility calculation is executed, and then the action output is released. Okay, we use a human study in order to represent self-control in these interpretations, explicit and implicit conflict and desirable conflict. The human study was conducted by Mercer and others in 2009, and these authors examine how timing affects the evaluation of food options. 34 female participants from a gym setting were presented with granola bars, in other words, healthy foods, and chocolate bars, unhealthy foods. And then they rated them either before gym and after make a selection. So the results of this experiment was those who rated before choice showed significantly more favorable evaluations of granola bars than chocolate bars. Those who rated after gym showed no significant difference in ratings. So the first interpretation, the explicit and implicit conflict, using the same number of simulated participants, we use the ACS, MS, and MCN subsystem of Clarion. And the most important drive that we used in this interpretation was achievement drive, where you can observe that the stimulus levels before choice was greater than the after choice. So what was the principal mechanisms of the simulation? So before choice, the higher achievement drive activation led to higher explicitness levels. And the after choice, lower achievement drive activation led to lower explicitness levels. So in other words, when a lower achievement drive was activated, so a lower explicitness levels was calculated and the processing mode selection was implicit. And on the other side, when the higher achievement drive was activated, the higher explicitness levels was calculated. In other words, the processing mode selection was explicit. And in the second interpretation, the goal-desire conflict used the same number of simulated participants and the same parameters with the same values. What the difference was the mechanisms. In this second interpretation, the achievement drive activation influenced not the higher explicitness levels or lower explicitness levels, was the influenced goal competition and selection. For example, in before choice, higher drive activation promoted health-focused goals. And after choice, lower drive activation resulted in not activated this kind of health-focused goals. So the simulation results was as follows. So you can see here in the human experiment results. In before choice, the participants rated in a better way the granola bars, the healthy foods. But after choice was rated in the same, with the same rate. You can see here the same pattern here in the first interpretation, and the second interpretation. You can observe the same pattern. Sorry, with not the same results in the exact values, but in the same pattern. So we ran a sensitivity analysis too, using 155 parameter combination tested and 140 critical parameters analyzed, and both interpretations tested across the same parameter variations. For the first interpretation, the explicit and implicit, the parent consistency was greater than 94%, and the most critical parameter was the achievement drive parameters. For the interpretation 2, the goal-desired conflict interpretation, the achievement drive parameter was the most critical parameter, too, with parent consistency than the 92%. So the robustness of this sensitivity analysis was this one, and the consistency was greater than 19%. Okay, so both models successfully reproduce human data, an explicit and implicit model, interpretation, the self-control through competition between conscious reasoning and automatic reactions, and the desired goal model, the self-control to managing competing motivations between desires and goals, and the achievement drives varies with choice availability. The theoretical implication was the following. First, different mechanisms can produce the same behavioral outcomes. Self-control is not a single, it's a unified process, and the self-control adapts to the situational context. So what is the conclusion? First, the Clarion cognitive architecture provides a unified framework for understanding diverse self-control phenomena. The second one, dual processing dynamics can explain self-control nature. First, motivational shifts affecting explicit and implicit balance, and multiple mechanisms produce similar behavioral outcomes. This simulation demonstrates that computational cognitive architectures can, first, generate precise, testable predictions about self-control, and provide a mechanistic explanation of this cognitive phenomenon. Okay, the future works. We are going to work in real-world applications. We are going to construct a Clarion-based framework in this aspect using drones, and we are going to apply this Clarion-based framework in educational intelligence systems. Second, we are going to explore more self-control related situations, and this framework can be extended to incorporate social cognitive mechanisms and cultural learning processes that shape self-control regulatory strategies. Those are my references, and thank you so much. If you got any questions, I'm very glad to resolve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adan. Okay.
Hello, thank you very much for your interesting work. I would like to ask this. If you increase the number of your parameters 1,000 times or 1 million times, how is it going to affect your model?
Okay, in order to create a very reliable sensitivity analysis, I had to increase in different types those parameters, and affect a little bit in order to achieve the same pattern. If you can see those specifically in this interpretation, and the second one affect a little bit, sorry. Here, affect a little bit. You can see here, specifically in the goal desire, a little bit increase the average of the population. But it not was a significant difference, but affect in that aspect specifically.
Okay, thank you, Aran. Someone else?
Hi, Don. Good work. I like the way that everything was structured, the way you presented your data and how you thought through all this stuff is very, very good. So I was curious about the element of time with this. So one of the experiments you always hear about is what's like sort of called the marshmallow test, where somebody's presented with the idea of you could have one particular thing right now, and you can have 10 of that same thing if you can just wait long enough. I was curious in terms of sort of the time course of modeling this, where you have these competing. It's the same thing in multiple, sort of like the desirability of the 10 things is probably going to be a lot higher than the one. But how does the time course, how is that reflected in this modeling? And what is the thing that's kind of the struggle or the parameter that sort of shows, okay, the willpower element is weakening and pushing your maybe explicitness down into implicitness? Or could you kind of walk through that, what that would look like?
Yes, absolutely. That was tackled in the other part of my dissertation. No, I not approach this in this talk because with Ron we were working specifically in that how you can train yourself in order like a muscle, your willpower. And we use equation in order to represent that kind of weakness or strength of the self-control ability. But I couldn't explain this because of the time, but we were working on that in other part of my dissertation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it seems like there's almost like a relationship to cognitive load or something else that is being taxed metabolically that might eventually give in or something. I'm not sure. It's not something that I've personally done any modeling with in LIDA, but it's interesting to think about.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome.
Hi. Adan, I was wondering, because your model seems to be completely deterministic. In some sense, every time you run it, it's going to give you the same results. But in some situations, it seems to me that self-control can have some randomness component, in the sense that instead of a completely deterministic system, could be in some sense a stochastic system. And sometimes you can have self-control, and other times you don't have it. Do you have a way of inserting into this model some kind of randomness, such that you can have this effect of in some situations it works, in other situations it doesn't work?
Yes, we use a stochastic framework using specifically a Boltzmann distribution and a temperature in order to calculate the levels of explicitness of every single decision that the agent made. Okay. In that kind of thing, of that kind of sense, our approach, our framework is not deterministic. Okay. It seems because it's the results, it's pretty similar to the human results, but Clarion allows you to create that kind of randomness. Unfortunately, we can approach the whole variables or parameters of the human experiment because it's a simulation. But we try to create that kind of randomness using this type of rational framework called the Boltzmann distribution and the temperature, in order to create for every single agent that kind of randomness in every single decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
By the way, Adan also simulated environmental factors such as distractions or cognitive load manipulation. You make them work hard on some arithmetic problem, and that will affect the self-control capacity. And those were also simulated described in the dissertation, but not in this short paper.
Thank you, Ram, for your statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adan, for your presentation, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well, let's continue with the next presentation performed by the Dr. Francisco Robles. Dr. Francisco, are you ready?
Yes, I don't know if you can see my presentation now. Can you see it?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Well, I'm going to talk to you about the effects of sleep
Doctor,
habits on.
we're
Sorry?
not seeing the whole screen.
You're not seeing the whole screen?
We're seeing
okay.
the presenter view.
Okay. Yep. Let me. Yeah.
En
That's right.
configuración de visualización.
Okay,
at the top. Yes, in that option.
Thank you.
Okay. Don't worry.
So, that's okay, right? You
That's
can see
okay.
me now.
Continue.
Okay. Okay, what are sleeping habits? Well, multiple studies have shown that sleep quality affects cognitive performance and especially affects attentional execution. And in the long term, it has an impact on academic performance and learning. The quantity and quality of sleep can be observed in sleeping habits of the children that displayed. How many hours does the children sleep? Does he sleep alone in his own room? How late he goes to bed? Has he night awakenings? Has nocturnal bedwetting, etc. Owens and its collaborators suggest two types for determining whether the children are getting enough sleep. If the child find it difficult to get up, they are probably getting less sleep, or if the child takes the opportunity to sleep more, for example, on weekends or during the day. So attention is one of the processes that can be impaired by this lack of sleep. Attention can be defined as the process through which the orientation of the senses and the selection of information is incoming from multiple sources. Petersen and Posner have proposed three subsystems of attention who work together as a network: alertness, orienting, and executive control. Alertness means being receptive to the incoming information. Orienting, which consists in selecting stimulus from the environment and orienting the senses in that way. And executive control regulates the selected information during conflict information or conflicting information. Attention is then anatomically separate subsystem for information processing, and this anatomically separate subsystems is organized as a network, meaning not a single region is responsible for attention, but several, and each of these brain structures has specific and different functions. So attention in children has, as other processes, are present from early infancy and provide evidence of quantitative development occurring at different rates for various attentional functions. Several cognitive functions, response inhibition, attentional disengagement, error monitoring, develop between 6 and 9 years of age. When comparing children and adults in alertness, studies have found that both encode the target relevant information at equivalent rates, but children make less use of the warning aspect of the cue as early as the age of 6 or even at 4, according to different studies. As for orienting, the ability to shift attention to exogenous cues differs little between children and adults, and these effects are significant as early as the age of 6 years old, and even before at the age of 4. However, developmental studies have stressed the relative lack of execution control in infants. Some studies have reported a steady score at the age of 7, but not before. This means that at the age of 7, it remains steady, but not before that age. So, according to Locke and Kappelman, A way of taking into account these attentional subsystems or measure them are the change in event related potentials, which is the changes in the voltage recorded across the skull that reflect motor, cognitive, sensory, or emotional processes produced by different stimuli. The component of the ERPs are the sources of that voltage that reflects a more specific cognitive process. In adults, a positive ERP around the 300 milliseconds, the P300, has been associated with the presentation of a stimulus that in an attentional task. A significant difference in P300 has been associated with the appearance or not of a visual cue before the stimulus during alerting and orienting tasks. Finally, a negative wave around the 200 milliseconds, the N200, has been reported whenever a cue is present. So this study consisted of 30 preschool children, 17 girls from public schools in Zapopan, Mexico, and its surrounding area, ages 4, 5, and 6 in second and third grade of preschool. Sleeping habits were measured through the Children's Sleep Habits questionnaire responded by the parents. Visual stimuli consisted of different pictures in a version of the attentional network test for interaction, birds, anti-birds. Children were asked to respond if the birds were or not if the same of the same color, and there were 144 trials divided into 3 blocks of 48 trials. During the 144 trials, EEG was recorded, electroencephalography, using the 1020 system in a 20 electrodes neuroscan compometics nuamps amplifier. Acquisition recording allowed peak-to-peak amplitudes, and we have an impedance less than 10 kiloohms. This is the trial. We have a window with a fixation. Children were told that they were going to find where the birds were born. In some of it is X in the tree, and if they're gonna be asking if they were of the same color or not. So we have a fixation window, 1 second, a warning window where they can or cannot listen, or there were presented or not a warning signal, which is like a songbird. Then a cue. This is the X in the upper line or the lower line were how do you say resulted, no, show it increased in size, and then the birds were born, and they were the same color, or they were one of them there was a different color. This is a congruent condition where all the birds were born the same color, or an incongruent condition where the one in the middle was from a different color. So there was also a condition where there was a warning before or not, and there was a condition where there was a no cue. This means that no line of X were increasing size and salient. A valid cue signaling where the birds were going to, in which line the birds were going to be put it or born, and an invalid cue signaling the other line, the different line where the birds, the contrary line of X, where the birds were going to be put or born. So the latency to respond to this last, the response was only to the congruent or incongruent condition, but there was some specifics before that response. So the latency was longer when there was a warning and the birds were of different color. That's incongruent. And the latency was shorter when the most short latency was when when there was a valid cue signaling specifically where the birds were going to be born, and incongruent condition. There was also the number of correct trials. The top number of trials for each one of these blocks of responses was 12. So there was no significant difference between the conditions, but there was a difference, although no significant, between no Q congruent, which reaches almost 10 correct trials, and no valid incongruent conditions, which was like 8.9. So what we found was this is the window of the EEG, the mean of the E or the ERP of the EEG, and we found from the beginning of the presentation of the birds that were born to the 400 milliseconds in this window, we found some ERPs. The first of them, all of them, is a big peak at the 100 milliseconds that is not shadowed here because it was present, it was expected to be present as the task was presented. It is an early presented ERP. We're going to analyze it because it has some changes, but I am going to be centered in the N200 and the P300 that are late components or late ERPs and are signaling some cognitive processing more than perceptive processing. So we found differences in the N200 versus in the two conditions. For example, in the congruency with no warning and in the incongruency with no warning. This is without warning. There was a difference in the congruent versus incongruent conditions in the N200 and in the P300. This difference was diminished because when we presented a warning before the appearance of the X, and it was erased, the difference was significantly diminished by the warning condition. When we presented a valued Q condition before the congruent or incongruent condition, we also found a difference between the N200 and the P200. We are seeing the posterior central part of the brain, which is the P-SIT. And this difference is also present between congruent and incongruent when there is an invalid Q. So if you try to mislead the Q, participants are responding more like if there was no Q at all. Which is this graph, where without Q, congruent and incongruent present the N200. It is interesting that P300 difference disappear in these conditions with Qs. So our preliminary conclusions of this evaluation of preschool children is that our findings suggest that in preschool, children improved consistently in the anti-birds task as they grow. The latency of the responses are better every time. As adults, the easiest conditions are the ones with no conflict, the congruent conditions, and the hardest are the ones that include conflict and other variables as a misleading cue or a warning. The expected ERPs, P300 and N200 were found, and they were affected by the diverse conditions. P300, for example, P300 effect on congruent versus incongruent was diminished by warning and invalid cues, but was present with valid cues showing an interaction between alertness and executive control subsystems. N200 difference between congruent and incongruent stimuli was consistent through all the conditions except for warning. So this means that the earlier element of N200 is present and is less affected, with our the variations in the test. These are my references, and thank you very much. If you have any
Thank you so
questions,
much, Francisco. So anyone, well, we have a question here for you. Professor, the mic, I guess, is off.
Okay, now. Okay, thank you very much for your interesting work. I have seen previous works in this direction, not exactly, of course, and this is my impression. People, scientists who do the measurements, they treat the brain as a physical system that has signal input, signal output, and some conclusions are drawn. Now, how about if the object of observation is not a sensory signal like a visual signal or an audio signal, but how about if it's an abstract notion like freedom, like liberty? Of course, you cannot talk about these things to preschool children, but what happens in situations like that when abstract notions is the object of the experiment? Thank you.
Well, that's a quite difficult question. Normally, when studying language and language studies with brain measures, there is how do you say restriction that we use to select only concrete nouns or concrete verbs because they have much more imaginability. No, they, for example, in some studies have shown that if you can think of a ball, you think there are some areas of the brain that are active, like the representational of these features of the color and the shape, but also what you can do with the ball. For example, kicking, no, or for example, throwing, and it is interesting to think much more of what happened if you think in words that are not concrete. Maybe these networks, these wide networks of activation between things that I can see or perceive and things that I can do with would be much more wide. And there are some studies that start to think in the last 10 years or so to approach this abstract words. And there are differences in the abstract, comparing abstract words versus concrete words in the regions and in the activations, but it is very complex to approach question.
Does anyone have a question? No? Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Francisco, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's continue with the next presentation performed by Vijender Kalmotia. Vijender, are you ready?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is my screen visible now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, sir. So, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Vijender Kamodia, and I'm from Wright State University. Today, I'll be presenting my work exploring diverse synaptic subpopulations through protein expressions. This research explores how protein level data from synapses can reveal more diverse subtypes than traditional excitatory and inhibitory categories. First, I'll talk about my introduction and motivation. Like our traditional understanding of synaptics diversity is still limited. Traditionally, synapses are grouped as excitatory and inhibitory. But recent studies suggest there is more complexity. By analyzing protein expressions patterns at million of synapses, our goal is to identify novel subpopulations with implications for understanding plasticity, hematosis, and circuit-specific functions. Now let's talk about the literature review. We use data from Open Connectome project, specifically from the mouse barrel cortex, obtained via array tomography. Each synapse had a measurement of like 24 proteins captured through four matrices. One is the integrated brightness, that is F0, local brightness F1, distance from the center of mass, that is F2, and the moment of inertia F3. We mostly focused on F0, integrated brightness, because it showed high internal correlation and biological functionality and repeatability. The data was normalized using a log scaling transformation. Now the clustering was made like to find synaptic sub types. We applied mini batch means clustering on the normalized factor of a normalized F0 dataset. We used Bayesian information Cartesian to like select the optimal number of clusters. An elbow in the BIC curve pointed to k equal to 4, which was used to further in further analysis. The clusters were well separated based on distances from centroids. The dimensionality reduction PCA was applied to understand how much variance each protein dimension contributed. We performed principal PCA for that. Our research showed that just 4 components captured 90% of the variance, implying synaptic diversity that can be understood in a reduced space. Now let's talk about the results. Each of the 4 clusters exhibited distinct protein expression profiles. For reference, cluster 1 showed high synapsin and PST95, likely excitatory. Cluster 3, like high gefferin and GABA receptors that represented inhibitory. And the for like clusters 2 and 4 mixed or unique profiles suggesting potential roles in plasticities and modulation. This supports that the hypothesis of more than 2 functional synapses types is valid. Now let's move to the discussion and conclusion. The findings challenge the binary classification of synapses. We showed that like integrated brightness alone could uncover biological meaningful subtypes. However, the clustering depends heavily on the data and algorithm assumptions. I also didn't explore the dynamic changes or connectivity yet. For the limitations, like my key limitation was the focus on static brightness data, that is F0, single brain region of the mouse barrel cortex, and the use of linear clustering k-means, which might miss non-linear patterns. My future directions will include like using advanced clustering algorithms like spectral clustering, integrating connectivity data for graph-based clustering, exploring to other brain regions and dynamic data sets. To conclude, I present a computational framework for identifying synaptic subpopulations based on protein expressions. My analysis suggests that molecular landscape of synapses is richer than excitatory or inhibitory. This opens new possibilities for exploring how molecular diversity supports neural computation and circuit functions. That's all for now, and I'm happy to take the questions.
Okay. Does anybody have a question? Okay. Thank you so much, Vijender, and congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Let's continue with the next speaker. The next presentation will be performed by Janine Mator.
All right. Hi, everyone. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. Okay. Can everybody see okay?
Yes, we can see your slides. You can start.
Okay, good, good. So yeah, good afternoon. My name is Janine Mater, and I am a behavior research scientist at Leidos with a background in human factors. And today I'm excited to talk about one of our recent internal research and development efforts where we used cognitive personas to test an artificially intelligent focus group. So cognitive architectures, as we've kind of already heard from some great speakers, encompass really every facet under the sun in terms of human consciousness and intelligence, from thought, motivation, attitudes, emotions, etc. But AI agents lack these things as inherent properties unless, of course, they're programmed to simulate them. And when it comes to generative AI, most of the time it's implemented as this kind of a black box solution that doesn't really account for specific aspects of human cognition, but really only seeks to create this realistic imitation of human-like output. And in certain situations, I would argue that that's actually acceptable. For example, if you're trying to, role play for a job interview where you don't necessarily know what the interviewer is going to be like, and you're, more so interested in your own ability to answer their questions. But in other instances, and I would argue most of the time, it really behooves us to consider the underlying cognitive architecture of the human agent whose responses you're trying to simulate using AI. And that's especially true if the kind of interactions that you're trying to simulate require a deeper, more human-centric level of reasoning. So in other words, if you're trying to generalize output to a broader population compared to, say, trying to generate a summary about a technical paper. And so that brings me to focus groups. And even if you've never participated in a focus group or moderated one, you're probably familiar with the general purpose, which really relates to better understanding individuals' thoughts, behaviors, and emotions, usually about a real-world topic. But as valuable as they are, focus groups are not always feasible for researchers. They can be a major investment of time and money in order to end up with insights that are not only valuable, but representative of that larger target population of interest. And those barriers really start at the recruitment process in terms of finding, up-to-date contact information, reaching out to participants, but potentially by cold calling, which we know is not always effective. And in the end, you need to make sure that you end up with a sample that's not too small, but not too large, not too homogeneous, but not too heterogeneous, depending on your discussion topic. And from there, you face other logistical challenges in terms of making sure you have an accessible time and place for people to meet. You might also deal with no-shows, which can throw off the insights that you gather. And of course, unless everyone involved in your project is volunteering their time for free, you most likely have finite resources to compensate your participants, as well as your moderator, who's ideally an experienced one. So here there we go. Kind of jump into the goals and scope of our IRAD effort, which we called PERCEPT, and that stands for Predictive Evaluation of Responses to Change, Engagement, and Psychological Trends. And so we had two kind of overarching goals for Percept. So one was to actually build an LLM tool that can run artificial focus groups to generate a diverse array of responses using cognitive personas that are based on validated frameworks. And second, and just as importantly, if not more so, we wanted to evaluate the performance of our AI focus groups to assess their value for researchers who might lack the time and funding to run a focus group with human participants. So we really wanted to compare output in terms of accuracy to a human control group. And in terms of real world use, there are several relevant applications here. Focus groups are used every day to predict reactions to everything from films to product design to governance. And in a similar way, a tool like Percept might be used to inform market research or preliminary public policy research. Of course, all of those applications come with a major caveat, and that is AI agents should not be treated as interchangeable with human insights. So it's not our intention to, replace human focus groups with AI. If you have the access and the resources to recruit humans, then you should. Humans are still the golden standard, and I don't foresee that changing where focus groups are concerned. So this is only intended to serve as a solution for preliminary research or where focus group insights might otherwise not be accessible. So getting into the main methods that we applied to develop Percept, we obviously opted to use a multi-agent framework, and each AI participant has a cognitive persona based on a series of questionnaires that were completed by human counterparts. And I'll go into more detail on those on the next slide. So we applied cognitive personas to a multi-agent LLM to inform when and how the AI participants would speak during the session. And to do this, we used Crew AI, which is a lean Python framework for multi-agent modeling, as well as Streamlit, which is a kind of GUI Python library, and a Fast API to build our API through Python, as well as conversation flow management as well. So we applied retrieval augmented generation, or RAG, so that our AI moderator would have the means to incorporate external sources into the discussion. We also applied tree of thought so that agents could consider different reasoning paths before generating output for more kind of nuanced answers from our AI participants. And finally, we considered conversational dynamics in terms of turn taking, interruptions, follow-up discourse, because in the real world, of course, human interaction is rarely this kind of neat one and done exchange. So from here, we get into the cognitive persona generation tool that we asked our human participants to complete in that human control group. And this took about 25 minutes each for participants to complete, and included first a custom questionnaire to capture demographics, the typical ones like age, sex, birthplace, and so on, as well as psychographic information like their hobbies, personal goals, life satisfaction, and things of that nature. In terms of personality traits, we included the NovaPsych 5-factor personality scale, which is a shortened questionnaire that measures the big 5 personality traits of openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism, or OCEAN, as I still remember them by. And so this taxonomy of traits is supported by decades of research in neuroscience and personality psychology. And our paper speaks a bit more to the different brain regions where neural activity has been associated with those big 5 traits. But from a big picture perspective, we capture the big 5 to inform things like communication styles in terms of how the agents would kind of manifest and express their different ideas. We also included the portrait values questionnaire, which was developed by Shalom Schwartz, a social psychologist, in order to capture how much value individuals apply to things like tradition, power, benevolence. And in the context of focus groups, personal values are going to impact our attitudes toward different social initiatives, lifestyles, media themes, etc. So that's helpful for our purposes because it informs the extent to which individuals might lie, steal, confront wrongdoing, and so on, or the extent to which they might support riskier versus safer policies or creative choices. And finally, we included the comprehensive thinking styles questionnaire by Newton et al. And so that accounts for open-mindedness versus closed-mindedness, as well as intuitive versus effortful thought. And so that's important when you think about different aspects of reasoning during a focus group discussion. For example, to differentiate participants whose opinions are more based in real world evidence versus another whose arguments might be grounded more in kind of instinct and gut feelings. And so our participants who are more willing to change their views based on new information could relate to the open-mindedness versus those who are more kind of set in their ways, so to speak, for closed-minded thinking. And so to give you an idea of how we went about testing with human participants, we started out with this as a pilot test, basically to approximate a small focus group. And so in this case, we included 3 Leidos employees as participants in a 30-minute session with guidance from 1 moderator. And we did this for the purposes of just collecting preliminary tests for this pilot test. But we do hope to conduct research with more participants outside of Leidos as a next step. In terms of the discussion topic, we chose barriers to innovation that practitioners face in the defense industry as a topic that's pretty close to home for a lot of Leidos employees, but also brokers' different perspectives as well. So I've included the full list on this slide for reference. I won't read them verbatim for the sake of time, but they included things like pain points for Department of Defense R&D, experiences with red tape, and then more kind of general questions like, what kind of changes would help them overcome obstacles in their work. So I know I don't have enough time to play the demo videos here, but in a nutshell, we created this GUI that operates in a kind of plug and play capacity. So what the videos show is essentially generating the discussion output in real time. So from here, we kind of get into the results. So what happened was we logged things like turn taking during the discussion, and then based on the evaluation script, we calculated metrics or values for the 5 metrics that you see in this first column here. So in terms of conversational completeness, we were happy to see that the AI focus group reached 100%, meaning that our AI participants addressed every topic that the humans did. As far as response relevance, that was also pretty much or pretty closely identical. So 83% for AI, 82% for humans. And it's really from there that we start to see some deviation. So for response similarity, in terms of similarity of response between participants in the focus group, we were seeing 91% for AI, but only 83% for human participants. So we do see, perhaps unsurprisingly, that AI output was more homogeneous, whereas the human participants had more variance in opinions. On a related note, we also saw much higher agreement among AI participants. So whereas they demonstrated a 92% stance similarity, the human participants only demonstrated 42% stance similarity. So kind of also suggesting less diversity of thought from AI. Finally, we looked at the conversational distribution, and we saw that our AI participants contributed more evenly to the discussion. Actually, the biggest difference was between the moderators, where the human moderator contributed to almost 1/3 of the dialogue to facilitate the discussion, whereas output from the AI moderator was only 18%. So some other things we observed in our results that are kind of apparent in this side-by-side example. For one, we saw average response generated was longer on average than real participants. AI agents were also much more articulate, more complete and consistent, and each agent really tried to touch on every aspect of the initial prompt, which humans did not always do, tend to veer off track sometimes. So individual traits from cognitive personas weren't always clear in the responses from AI participants, even though they did state some of these traits very explicitly. For example, on the left here, you see, from my perspective as a research scientist. So very explicit, but not always, intrinsic in the text or in the dialogue. So generally speaking, the AI participants were less spontaneous and less varied than the human counterparts, as I've kind of already touched on. So that does leave us with some room for improvement as far as realism and nuance. So clearly there is a kind of sim to real gap, as our keynote speaker, Dr. Kugel, talked about yesterday. So finishing up with next steps, there is an obvious limitation in terms of how small our sample was, especially with that sample being within Leidos. So we would like to recruit from outside Leidos with a much larger sample size. One potential topic of interest being undergraduates' attitudes toward military recruitment. That's kind of one that we've floated for a next comparison. We also would like to look into additional developments, especially to that cognitive persona generation tool, and finding other ways to compare the value of focus group insights as well. We'd also like to hone that HMI that you kind of briefly got to see, and potentially introduce some other concepts like domain adaptive pre-training to kind of better guide the discussion. So from there, that's all I have for you guys, but I'm happy to take questions or better yet, suggestions for other next steps. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Any question? Okay.
Hi, Janine. This looks like a very interesting project. You had mentioned on one of your slides this conversational dynamics related to, say, transitions between speakers. I'm really kind of interested in that because I've seen just with my own use of like the live mode of ChatGPT, even with just one human speaker, it doesn't seem to do very well with trying to figure out when the appropriate time is to answer. So with the small, I think you said n is equal to 3 for your
Yes.
experiment. So when you
Yes,
had
unfortunately
those,
very small.
yeah, when you had that kind of those 3 different agents trying to converse back and forth, I'd kind of like to see sort of a timeline of when the interruptions were kind of appropriate, where it didn't interrupt, like, stop somebody's thought, but it actually kind of was a natural, organic place to insert a new comment. How often did that happen? Can you just sort of briefly give your impression on that?
Oh, that's a great question. Just kind of in terms of turn taking, right? That is a really good point. I know sometimes interruptions can be very abrupt in human interaction compared to where someone kind of naturally trails off and allows someone else to kind of pick up that thread. I can't think of like takeaways where interruptions are concerned off the top of my head, but I will bring that up with the rest of my team. I think that is potentially something else to consider to help us improve for our next group.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I happen to know that Leidos worked on detecting and injecting personality in the context of the IRP project on authorship attribution. I'm just wondering if this project of yours is related in any way to that project involving personality. If so, in what way?
I think I know what project you're talking about in terms of the authorship attribution. I will say this project was not related to that DARPA program. This was kind of a disconnected internal research and development effort. But that's not a bad idea in terms of potentially marrying the two down the road. I'm actually glad you brought that up.
Another question.
Very interesting application and congratulations. I would like to understand if you have like observed any signs of hallucination because you're increasing the context size, also adding like the personality and also trying to make a cohesive conversation between the agents. So the context must be like pretty big. So I'd like to know that if you have like observed context growth.
Yeah, I will say no kind of particular issues come to mind as far as hallucinations. I will say I was kind of more involved in the experimental design and IRB approval and kind of write-up process more so than the back end. But I think that would be good to include as far as some examples of some like early hallucinations that we saw like during the development process. But yeah, I will say nothing specific comes to mind as far as hallucinations that we saw.
Okay. We have no more questions, so thank you so much for your presentation, Janine.
Thank you.
Okay. Dear virtual attendees, we need 2 minutes. So please hold on. We'll be back in a few minutes.
I'd like to continue participating without video.
Okay, we can see your slideshow, so go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Today I'll be talking about fascinating topic, DNA-based computational framework inspired by mathematical model of self-division. And yeah, modern systems, like, let's start with a problem we face in today's AI technology. Like modern AI systems are highly dependent on large amounts of data, but their ability to truly understand is still limited. This makes them a bit fragile. Even small changes in input data can lead to major errors, which wouldn't confuse a human. But this shows that currently AI lacks kind of a cognitive depth and adaptability. To address this to address this kind of a limitation of AI, researchers are exploring DNA computing, an alternative approach where we use biological molecules like DNA to perform computational tasks. In particular, and it focuses on how cells divide, which is powerful, like self-regulating, efficient natural processes by creating mathematical model of cell divisions. For example, they compute in parallel, self-replicate, and efficiently distribute data at molecular level. As part of this work, researchers identified the types of system behavior, like trivial attraction, stationary mode, point care type, limit cycles, dynamic chaos. Like trivial attractor itself, the system stays in one constant state. Stationary mode is a system is stable and unchanging. Like limit cycles, the system repeats itself in a predictable cycle. Dynamic chaos, in a term, like the system behaves unpredictably but adaptively. There is another one is black hole effect, where the system breaks down destructively. Dynamic chaos, even though it sounds negative, is actually useful for modeling creative, adaptive behavior, which is very important in solving complex tasks. To better understand how living systems regulate themselves, a scientist named Hidref demonstrated a possibility of developing a unified methodology like ORASTA. This concept has two parts, OR and ASTA. OR stands for operator regulator, which can receive, process, and send signals, and ASTA is an active system with timing average, like which provides feedback over time, allowing the system to adapt. Together, OR and ASTA form the basis of a new field called regulatorica, the science of how living systems control and coordinate their internal functions. This process allows DNA computers to simulate biological functions and solve problems at a molecular level. And then finally, the kind of a presence of universal genes in all cells responsible for basic life functions shows that some computational logic is common across all life. By mimicking this in technology, we move closer to building systems that are not only powerful, but biologically intelligent. Like, this topic shows how biology and computation are merging. Instead of using traditional computers, they might soon use DNA to think, calculate, and even heal. And this is the process of how genes participate in the cell division. And it's ORASTA energy information field. Here we can see ORs. And we got some equations there, the regulatory equations. This one is with delay. This one is with delayed and advanced arguments. And this one here with stretching and compression of arguments. And this two pieces, universal over STA equations. Yeah, that one here, regulatory parameters. And A stands for resource availability. H stands for the feedback. There it is. And N stands for self-coupling. B stands for external influence. And yeah, this one is to identify general patterns of functioning. Model and reduced forms of equations are also considered in the following forms. There's three types of the parameters we can see here. Here it is. It's the location of regions in a parametric portrait. Like here it is, the small zones of normal regulatory behavior within a dynamic chaos region here. And to sum up the presentation, the study proposed a novel concept of framework for a computational model based on a DNA computing. Like, this approach opens promising avenues for the creation of bio-inspired computational systems that combine biological plausibility with computational efficiency. Thank you for listening. And if you got some questions,
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have a question?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. What is the principal application of the DNA in computing?
thank you very much. Can you repeat the question? I ain't got it.
Yeah.
It's what is the principal application of the DNA computing in the architectures, in the cognitive architectures?
In the cognitive architectures. In the next steps, we will consider this topic and research more about this, but this one is more for medics, like, and for doctors, they to diagnose their patients effectively. That's using DNA technologies, especially for doctors, to diagnose their patients.
Okay, I guess that there is no more questions. So thank you very much, John, for your presentation, and congratulations.
Thank you very much for giving us a chance.
Okay. With this presentation, we conclude today's session. So remember that we will be again here at 9 a.m. according to the schedule. So thank you very much for your time and have a nice day.